Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, estén descansados y no hayan comido porquerías como su tío Salo después de tener una dieta perfecta toda una semana. Ayer decidí comerme unas papitas y un heladito y no les puedo decir el gran error que fue. Siento que estoy crudo a pesar de no haber tomado nada y es un asco que eso es lo que comía no todos los días, pero entienden más o menos. Entonces, espero que estén mucho mejor que yo. Quiero abrir este lunes. Esto es un casino del tío Salo. Ya saben, ahorita voy a traer a Fajan y a Alex para que podamos analizar todas las tablas con ustedes de todo tipo. Pero yo creo que hay muchas cosas esta semana que van a pasar que son muy importantes para todos ustedes si son inversores, si les gusta el mercado, si andan por acá de chismosillos aprendiendo de la economía como su tío Salo también. Esta semana la Reserva Federal, el 18 de septiembre, que es este miércoles, anuncia las bajadas de tipos. Si volteamos a ver lo que está la gente prediciendo, están diciendo que van a bajar los tipos. Hay 65% de personas diciendo que los van a bajar 50.5% y el otro 35% están diciendo que los van a bajar 0.25%. Quiero preguntarles a ustedes, ¿qué piensan? ¿Ustedes piensan que los van a bajar 25 o 50 y por qué? Y ahora yo les voy a decir lo que yo pienso, ¿no? Que a quién le importa, pero a fin de cuentas me pagan por hablar. Bueno, nadie me paga, pero eh, lo que yo pienso que va a pasar es que los van a bajar 0.25. Y esto, para mucha gente, creen que esto ya se acabó y que todo va perfecto ahora que van a cortar los tipos y que todo va a mejorar de la noche a la mañana. Y tristemente les tengo muy malas noticias. Personalmente, absolutamente dudo que eso sea lo que pase. Yo personalmente lo que creo que va a pasar es van a bajar 0.25, tal vez bajen 0.25 en noviembre, tal vez no, en diciembre lo vuelvan a hacer y se van a ir muy lento. Lo estamos viendo con el Banco Central Europeo, lo estamos viendo con el Banco Central de México, con todos los bancos centrales que han estado de nuestro lado haciendo lo mismo que nosotros, vienen de adelante y lo están haciendo poco a poco. Y la razón por qué es porque, y yo sé que mucha gente cree que en verdad están haciendo esto para ayudar a la economía, pero esto es una transferencia de riqueza potente. ¿Ok? Y ahora lo que van a tener que hacer para que los bancos no exploten es bajar los tipos y hacer que todas las seguridades y todos los bonos que compraron los bancos suban de precio. Porque recuerda, lo que pasó con la crisis bancaria que nunca se dio fue que los bancos tenían pérdidas no realizadas en esos bonos, en ese dinero que tenían guardado. Y ahora va a pasar exactamente lo contrario y mucha gente no comprende el significado de esto. Cuando volteamos a ver, y esto es algo que les quiero enseñar rápidamente, saben que vamos a mi Trading View. Hay varias cosas que les quiero enseñar antes de que brinquemos al casino del tío Salo. Entonces, para compartir con ustedes. Uno, desempleo explotando, señores. No hay de otra. Dos, pregúntense entre todos ustedes, ¿no todo está mucho más caro? De verdad, por favor, pregúntense esto. ¿Todo está más caro, sí o no? ¿Y te afecta, sí o no? Y si sí, ¿por qué estás esperando a que alguien te diga que las cosas están mal? No entiendo por qué la gente está esperando a que acepten oficialmente que estamos en una recesión cuando todo el mundo que conoces no tiene dinero, todo el mundo se está quejando de lo caro que está todo y de lo poco que pueden hacer con su dinero. Y ahí es donde no me cabe en la cabeza lo fácil que somos de engañar, porque aunque sintamos y estamos viviendo todo eso y toda la gente alrededor de nosotros, tenemos aún los huevos de decir, no, 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 no. Y la Reserva Federal me dijo que todo está bien, que el crecimiento del país es real. Quiero que sepan, si, y otra cosa que va a pasar, que es lo que el oro nos está diciendo, en mi opinión, es cuando bajamos tipos, ¿no? En realidad, lo que la gente cree es que va a haber a más gente que le alcance para más cosas. Pero piensen en cuánto tiempo ha pasado desde el empobrecimiento de la gente con estos precios altos y las restricciones de crédito, ¿ok? ¿Qué creen que va a pasar? ¿Que de la nada, porque tienes intereses bajos, la gente va a poder sacar dinero de la nada para comprar otras cosas? No, va a seguir siendo malo, pero lo que permiten los intereses bajos es al país, a las naciones, endeudarse potentemente porque no les cuesta nada comparado con antes. ¿Y eso qué crea? Más devaluación de tu dinero que se ve reflejado en inflación de precios en todos lados. Y esto se me hace demasiado importante para que todo el mundo lo esté ignorando, porque es lo que va a pasar. Por eso el oro está subiendo al grado que está subiendo y continuará creciendo y subiendo, porque estamos devaluando nuestras monedas en lo que nos están robando a través de inflación a todos nosotros, porque ya les dije, lo que están haciendo los políticos, y está muy chido que todos nos estemos peleando de qué lado de vamos a votar y qué no, pero todos lo que tienen en común es esto, Ninguno de ellos habla de la inflación, qué lo causó y cómo lo pueden arreglar. Cuando escuchas los debates, solamente escuchas cómo Kamala Harris nos dice, voy a hacer que bajen el precio de las casas. ¿Cómo? O sea, está chido que tengas un gran plan y que le digas, ¿saben qué? Yo también voy a ser presidente. Todo el mundo va a ser millonario bajo mi régimen. Todo el mundo va a tener 3 trillones de dólares en su cuenta de banco. No va a haber gente muriéndose nunca más. ¿Ven lo fácil que es solamente decir estupideces? Y ahora pregúntame cómo lo vas a hacer. No tengo ni idea, ¿no? Pero eso no importa. Eso no importa. Porque recuerda, ya te tenemos hipnotizado y te estás peleando con otras personas porque puedes o no puedes tener bebés, o porque puedes ser gay, o porque no puedes ser gay, o porque estas pendejadas que a nadie le importa. Pero lo que importa que es el gasto de gobierno, ¿no? Lo que mantiene el GDP, el Producto Interno Bruto, el PIB en español, a todos nosotros como pendejos diciendo, güey, todo está de huevos, ve el PIB, no ha caído. Si todo el gobierno sigue endeudándose como loco, gastando, contratando a más gente y siguiendo dando dinero gratis a todos sus amigos para que creen microchips, para que toma en Detroit, para que la gente venga a un rally, tomen 150 millones de dólares, etcétera, eso literalmente es el problema. Es lo que nos están haciendo, nos están robando, en lo que no nos damos cuenta de nada. Por eso le ponen caras a las guerras y todo esto, y por eso nos hacen irnos a pelear de un bando o del otro. Pero en realidad, si te pones a pensar, si tu casa estás jodido y toda tu familia está jodida y no tienen un centavo, ¿vas a ir a endeudarte para ayudar a la familia de la casa de enfrente? No. ¿Por qué estamos viendo esto como normal en nuestros países? Es una absoluta locura. ¿Cómo lo vemos? Y decimos, está bien. Y es aquí donde nos están colando y nos están jugando con todo. Y mucha gente cree que la opción para salirte de todo esto es comprar Bitcoin. Compren Bitcoin. Compren Bitcoin. Compren Bitcoin. En vez de buscar arreglar el problema, que también ha sido una movida muy genia, ¿no? En vez de arreglar problema y en vez de cualquier cosa, güey, compra Bitcoin. Compra Bitcoin. Sé que todo el sistema está completamente destruido, roto. Bitcoin es un exponencial 3X del Nasdaq, que es alto riesgo y aparte es una jugada con apalancamiento brutal. Compra eso. En vez, en vez de demandar que arreglen el sistema, en vez de dejar de matar a gente todo alrededor del mundo, en vez de literalmente envenenar a toda la comida, y a toda la gente en nuestro país, compra Bitcoin. Ven lo bien entrenados que nos tienen a todos, en vez de pedir a toda la gente que, por cierto, trabaja para nosotros, ¿no? Toda esta gente de gobierno en realidad trabajan para nosotros, que ellos mismos estén encargados de jodernos a todos nosotros y que nos tengan a todos nosotros peleándonos, que manipulen información, etcétera. Compra Bitcoin, compra oro, recuerda, es lo que tienes que hacer. Simplemente pónganse, abran los ojos y dense cuenta de lo que está pasando. Ahora, les quiero enseñar estas cosas. Ya vi que Farhan y Alex están acá. Vamos con ellos en un segundo. Give me, boys, 1 second. Just want to go over some things with everyone here. Rápidamente voy a presentar mi pantalla y les voy a enseñar esto. Quiero que vean los bonos, ¿ok? La parte aquí abajo. Por primera vez, y ahorita no está pasando, pero hace un rato estaba pasando, el retorno del un año bajó por debajo del 30. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Cuando también ya viste el 2 años se invirtió del 10 y también del 30. Ahora va a venir el 1 invirtiéndose al 30 primero, que ya está muy cerca, y después al 10. ¿Por qué es esto importante? Porque esto quiere decir, mientras más baje esto, que hay más gente comprándolo. Entonces, ¿por qué hay más gente comprando en este momento la tesorería de un año comparada con la de largo plazo? ¿Qué les quiere decir esto? ¿Qué les quiere decir esto? Que se quieren refugiar por poco tiempo en alguna cosa que les va a dar un retorno sólido, y esta es la última vez que vas a poder ver ese retorno sólido en algo digamos, tan seguro como invertir en bonos del Tesoro americanos, porque recuerda, esta es una deuda que el gobierno de Estados Unidos tiene contigo, y el único gobierno que no puede, ahora sí que técnicamente no debería de poder fallar, es el gobierno de Estados Unidos. Otra cosa de la que habíamos platicado es el peso. Si estuvieron en el casino el tío Salo la semana pasada, el viernes, o no, no fue el viernes en realidad, les había dicho el miércoles que el peso probablemente acá estaba tocando techo antes del siguiente movimiento y tenía que descansar y se iba a ir a buscar los 19. Todavía no llega a los 19, ha llegado al 19,116, pero ya está agarrando camino y pueden ver que el promedio del 9 está subiendo en el mismo. Otra cosa que es interesante es poder ver el precio del oro, cómo sigue subiendo y rompiendo altos. Es más, no creo que les tenga que enseñar esto aquí a la gente que no tenga que ver esto. Sigue rompiendo a la alza. El petróleo, si volteamos a ver el petróleo, claramente va para abajo y esto pasa junto con el precio de la gasolina cada que hay una recesión porque la gente tiene menos dinero para gastar en gasolina. ¿Qué más? El dólar, que de nuevo se sigue manteniendo en este lugar, no está creando nuevos bajos comparado con esta semana. Aquí tienes otro bajo que no ha roto en los 99 y mucha gente dice que esto ya va para abajo. Personalmente yo no creo que el dólar vaya para abajo, sobre todo cuando ves a los bonos tener un rally como el que han tenido. Eso a mí me huele alcista, pero digo, cada quien obviamente haga lo que guste con su dinero. Simplemente muchas cosas y sobre todo el dato del desempleo, lo he dicho y se los he puesto bastante enfrente. Aquí fue donde rompimos en abril el promedio de las 9 y lo subimos. Pueden ver lo que pasó en septiembre. Pasó 1, 2, 3, 4 lecturas y se fue al cielo. 1, 2, 3, 4 lecturas y todavía no se va al cielo. Pero esto pasa, vean, 1, 2, 3, 4 lecturas, se fue al cielo. Y lo mismo pasa en cada uno de estos ciclos. Pueden ver exactamente cuándo empezó. En septiembre del 2019, que predijo COVID. En junio del 2007, que predijo todo el 2008, 2009, 2010. En enero del 2001, que fue la recesión de tecnología. En los 90, en el 79, en el 73. Cada que pasa esto explota a la alza. Y el desempleo está explotando a la alza. Lo que están haciendo es simplemente no enseñarnos absolutamente nada de lo que en realidad está enfrente de nosotros y es una destrucción de empleo, una destrucción del sistema normal. Y para todos los que no sepan por qué están haciendo esto, por qué está pasando esto, es más sencillo de lo que te imaginas. Las compañías son dueñas de Estados Unidos y antes Amazon vendía libros en línea y ahora Amazon se dedica a hacer todo. Antes Google era un buscador en línea y ahora Google se dedica a hacer todo. Todos ellos están creando nueva regulación para que negocios chicos y medianos, porque desde la pandemia, no sé si lo han notado, han estado destruyendo negocios chicos y medianos. Y ese ha sido el tema de todo lo que hemos visto. Están destruyendo al ciudadano normal y a la gente que le va muy bien le está yendo mejor. Entonces nos estamos volviendo, y esto fue algo que cuando empezamos Emprendeduros platiqué con ustedes, nos está volviendo un país tercermundista y ya estamos bastante ahí, donde eliminas a la clase media y solamente queden dos tipos de clase. Entonces esto va a seguir progresando hacia adelante, van a seguir devaluando nuestro dinero y todo. Y de nuevo, solamente importante que sepamos que no es un accidente, que no contratamos a la gente en la Reserva Federal para que se equivoque una y otra vez y que la gente en YouTube diga, tenemos razón. Lo están haciendo a propósito. La gente que juega en la política son los que tienen que tomar y absorber el golpe, por eso les dan todos esos grandes sobornos, ¿no? Para que puedan aguantar eso, porque es a lo único que se dedican, mientras que la gente que manda atrás puede quedarse anónimamente creando las mismas políticas que destruyen el valor de tu dinero para darles más dinero a ellos y también la libre competitividad, porque no existe esa competitividad. Simplemente, les digo, he estado levantando un proyecto donde tenía que tener un permiso de banco, etcétera, todo este pedo, y lo siguen cambiando a cada rato. O sea, si no es de por sí solo que Amazon no me deja crecer trayendo la mayor cantidad de gente que pueda de una y me dejen expandir mis servidores, tengo que ir gradualmente creciendo y pedirles permiso. La otra es, el sistema bancario está cerrando todo tipo de regulación para que nadie chico pueda entrar y solamente si tienes millones puedas entrar a jugar con ellos, que es una verdadera patada en los huevos. Pero sin más ni más, vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Estos fueron 15 minutos bastante buenos. Boys, let's get it done. Good morning, everyone, and let us go. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Doing great. The day after Mexican Independence Day.
Oh, yeah. Sir. You guys survived it. I'm very proud of you. While in Mexico.
We're still alive.
You're not crawling down the street to get to your house. So I'm so proud of you guys. You really are fucking nailing it. The whole Mexican thing. It's really good for you. It's really suiting you guys really well.
Thank you. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. Can't lie.
I can see it in your faces. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Let's start today with a little Bitcoin. Why don't we start with that first? And whoever wants to share their chart, please feel free to do so. And how do you guys see it going forward, specifically knowing that the Federal Reserve is having that meeting on Wednesday, and what are you guys expecting from it?
Personally, I'd rather sit on the sidelines until the Fed meeting happens because I don't like to hold anything into an event like that.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, same. I mean, I don't really have an opinion on it. You know, it's really going to be key to kind of see what Jerome wants to do and what the members are doing and where they're thinking going forward. Because, you know, the big thing is it 25 basis point or 5.5, essentially half a point. I'm more in the camp, kind of like what you've been saying. They'll probably just hike, you know, slow point, half of a quarter basis point, essentially, in the beginning. But also, I'm also, you know, I think when they first started increasing rates back when inflation was kind of an issue, still is, but when they started doing that, I think they front ran it in the beginning and did like a big, I think they hiked it up a lot and then kept it stable.
They started 75, 75, 75, then they went 50, then they went 25.
Yeah. So I don't know if now this is flipped where they'll start 25, 25, or if that's something they're going to do. But I just know markets are looking for that. And whatever they do say in this event is going to move markets because, right, they're very forward thinking. And so we need to price in things. If they say they're even implying a 0.5 rate cut, I don't think it's going to be the best for markets because right now we're all kind of on the agreement that, yeah, 0.25 is probably going to be where they take it. So, you know, market doesn't like uncertainty. This week's going to be pretty big. But I feel like we say that every week. I asked Farn, is there ever going to be a week where we just don't have any data? Nothing. Yeah, no, it's just that's just the reality. Sometimes they have Fed blackout days or whatever.
Well, they need to justify the dumps and the pumps, right? And tell you this is why, this is the reason why, and then they can revise the data later, and nothing matters. But they just need to justify it at the moment with whatever data they want to present at the time.
Did you guys see that the Dow Jones has hit all-time highs today?
No.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I feel like it's hitting all-time highs every week.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? Why?
The Nasdaq and S&P are slipping, but Dow is climbing.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Well, the dollar had like a little bit of a drop off, but I don't see why. But good for anyone in the Dow Jones. Jesus, just keeps going up
and to the right.
Yes, that's interesting. I mean, I don't. I think there was. I know there was some data today. It wasn't consumer sentiment. It was something else. It was like something. There was data today, but that's probably why Dixie's moving. Essentially, it's breaking down. Looks like a double top on the daily.
Well, let us begin. If you want to do Bitcoin, and please take your sweet time, take us through dominance of Tether and all that stuff. Alex, I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Cool. So this is something I was talking about on my Instagram live just last night. You know, when I gave the short around here, I'll go in a lower time frame so we're all kind of on the same page. So Bitcoin had an interesting move. Since it made the lows right at like 53,000, it's been the slow grind up. You know, it's kind of interesting to me where we've stopped overall. It's no surprise to anyone that this green line, this is the EMA 100 on the daily. This has been a point that I've talked about heavily as a point of congestion. If this is where big moves are going to happen, down or up. I find it odd, you know, how we basically we still haven't, just like all these times as well, we officially couldn't tap it. This was an interesting point to see because to me, when I see this kind of breakdown after losing it, and then, you know, this whole way down, we haven't really had any rallies sustained to it. It's basically telling me that we haven't actually like flipped this into resistance or even support. And so oftentimes what we'll do is we'll get these slow chops, slow bleeds, you know, breakdowns even. This gets shorts pretty horny. It gets longs kind of demoralized. So then when they see a pop like this, but it only just goes to resistance while forming also a lower high on the weekly, you know, it can kind of it can be pretty predatory. And so over the weekend, we talked about this short trade basically, and it played out well. Bitcoin is just now in this chop, and what we could be seeing here is a new range forming. Bitcoin likes to be in ranges. That's the majority of the price action in Bitcoin. Oftentimes we just range and then we get a momentum and then we range and chop again. What we could be seeing potentially is more chop. We have the 9 here. We also have the 100 here. What I could it wouldn't be too surprising to me if before the event we just kind of chop in this range, go down, go up. This is going to be max pain to kind of get everyone out. But what we have today essentially is we are holding the EMA 9 on the daily. This is an area where we're also right at this support zone. This 57.7 is pretty key for price. This is a big point where we've been watching because price likes this 57.7 level for some reason. And so right now what we have here is we have 3 red days. Oftentimes when you see this kind of slow grind down, you often get kind of impulses, in my opinion. What would be more Bitcoin to just let shorts easily short the 60K region and then get a full breakdown? Or we actually go up, chop a little bit, rally up, take out these stops here, actually hit the daily EMA 100, which will give us the feel for a breakdown. To me, I'm more on the camp that this is going to happen, in my opinion. Assuming we don't just break down from this 57.7. The weekly chart kind of tells us a story. And when we put it in a different kind of chart frame, it kind of makes sense. And so what we have here is consistent lower highs right here. We have the breakdown to a lower low. We rallied up, formed another lower high. Fully didn't break this low yet. We've been chopping. And now what we had last week was essentially, if we go here to the 34 as well, because I think this is important, we essentially have a rally up to the 9 and the 21. We'd expect this to be resistance, especially with the cross we have here. That is pretty fresh. But also, what had happened this week was we essentially reclaimed the 34. And that's why I'm more in the camp that we definitely could chop until the economic event. And that's kind of what bulls would want. Some nice chop, consolidation, gets the moving averages more down, resets the oscillators for, actual maybe move up to the 64K region. But as it stands, we did close the weekly under the 9. It is still bearish. We rejected the 21 as well, along with tapping our mean line support. If you guys actually look kind of closely here, you can see, since breaking down here, what Bitcoin essentially did here is just put in a bearish retest, in my opinion. If we look here, we see, okay, it rallied up, it deviated, it chopped around here. We finally got the breakdown. We lost the 9. We rejected the weekly EMA 9, lost it, rejected, breakdown. Cool. So now what we had was a rally up, kind of smokes the shorts here. But all we did here was retest this, which was support, and now flipped into resistance, while also solidifying that, yes, this 9 and the 21 is resistance. But we still have to be mindful of this 34. This is the last area for me. I like the 21, the 9, and the 34 as almost like as a range of support and resistance. Oftentimes, if we lose the 9, we go to the 21. And if we lose the 21, we go to the 34. And to me, the 34 is the last place before we hit the 100. And so that's kind of what I'm watching on Bitcoin. The trend is still down. We're just chopping. Statistically, for the month that we're in, it is in September. Oftentimes, you'll get the majority of the breakdown move in the beginning of the month. And then towards the end of it, you get, usually statistically speaking, just where it's backed and back tested, you essentially get some kind of relief towards the end of the month. And so that's why I think if bulls essentially want to keep chopping us and consolidating, they'll actually gain the upper hand. But for me, I'm still bearish as long as two things. As long as we're under this daily EMA 100, you can see here just by looking at it yourself, this is a big spot for Bitcoin. Any major dump we had in this bull market, this was a bottoming point for Bitcoin here and then also here. We didn't hit it a lot. So falling under this now, yes, it's choppy. Bitcoin doesn't want to make anyone make actual money. They want shorts to get fucked. They want longs to get fucked. And so what it'll do here is it'll chop everyone out. People long on the reclaim, cool. They get happy. They're up a few percentage points. Nice. and then it chops and then basically breaks down, reclaims it again, deviates now, right? We just deviated this, formed potentially another lower high, came down. Now bulls are looking at this as maybe a higher low, but the issue and what I'm seeing here is I see a breakdown to another breakdown. Okay, rallied up. Now is this the bearish retest? Are we just testing this, solidifying the actual resistance? Now what was once support, is it flipped into resistance? And I think when you just zoom out and see it visually, that's kind of what the idea is behind it. And why I'm more in the camp too that Bitcoin is bearish, not only is because it's in a downtrend, the weekly is still down, but also if you go to Tether dominance, just like we're looking here at the daily EMA 100, we can't disregard here on Tether dominance the weekly. The weekly chart actually didn't close the worst, and this is why. So we essentially have been watching this green line again, EMA 100. You'll notice in crypto, the EMA 100 acts as a big point. Overall, it's pretty strong and just in regards to crypto and stocks, but I really like the correlation with it in crypto. And what we see here is a major rejection point on Tether dominance. For a long time, this EMA 100 on the weekly has been a big point. And so what we had here was, okay, rejection, cool. But then all we did after breaking out above is back testing this into support, closed above. And now we're just kind of chopping around. What essentially USD dominant bulls want to see, and remember, there's an inverse correlation between this and Bitcoin and cryptos, right? When you sell your Bitcoin, you sell it for what? Tether. And so when this goes up, this will inherently make Bitcoin go down. And so what I see here is I'm seeing this getting supported also with the weekly 9. We have massive now resistance flipped into support. And so as long as Tether dominance is holding this on the weekly, and it can still go down, it can do this, it can chop. But as long as we're essentially above this weekly EMA 100, I have to have the bias of being more bearish on Bitcoin and being more cautious. It was very much like when we essentially right here, let me just take the for the example, all of these off. And it was very much like when I talked about this. When we started reclaiming this daily EMA 100, right here, this was a big point. And so this is like when we needed to be more cautious. And it wasn't until we actually did get back above, while also forming what looked like a higher low, that we needed to be extremely cautious in the sense that, Tether dominance is looking bullish. It's now the same theory, but just on the weekly, and this is fresh. This is still like just happened. And I guess some hopium here would be, okay, if Tether dominance deviates this weekly EMA 100, to me, yeah, this will look like a market structure break. It looks like an SFP. And this could give, bulls on Bitcoin side momentum to actually go up, while Tether bears essentially could take it down to here in this zone. But for now, as long as we're still holding above 5.78%, especially in a weekly closure, it's definitely a time to be more cautious on Bitcoin. And you're not hearing a lot of people talk about that. Even though the trend is up on the weekly on Tether dominance, we also have BBWP resetting. And it's coming down again. And so we'd expect once the expansion happens that theoretically this will be to the upside. I do think that if we do break this 6.49, 6.5%, we have to be very cautious about this, because this then would slap us right back into this range here. This range gave us big moves. This was the range we had in 2022. So like if we start reclaiming this, and remember, the more times we hit resistance, the weaker it gets. These circles visualize essentially the times we tapped it. So I do think if we do test these highs again, there's probably a good chance we're going to break it. And from this zone, we have a massive gap here. This is a big inefficiency. This could fill 20% quickly. And this to me would solidify the bear market, something I don't want to talk about on Bitcoin. And the reason so is because I feel like it'd be irresponsible to then start talking about a bear market. Yes, I can talk about downside, but a bear market's very different than downside, just downside price action.
Yeah, downtrend, exactly.
And the main reason is, well, okay, the weekly lost the EMA 9, but the monthly is still holding. If I move this here, you know, since the beginning of this rally, essentially we've only held the monthly 9 on Bitcoin. It's irresponsible to talk about a bear market as long as we're above this. But you know, 14 days is a long time, especially in Bitcoin world and cryptos as a whole. It's a long time, just a long time. So, you know, we have to take what we see here. And to me, yeah, this looks like a bearish retest until proven otherwise. If we start reclaiming this daily EMA 100, back testing it and proving to me that it's support, it doesn't do something like this, rallies up, gets above, and then we don't let it prove to us that it's actually support. Longs who open here get fucked, and then we deviate it here. You know, we did back test it, but we need it to hold. It's very much like here, you know, we just needed it to hold here. It needed to hold, back test, consolidate, go up. And so it's not a good sign when we start going down below and then we start rallying up. Everyone kind of forgets all this downside, you know, price action. And to me, this just looks like a typical bearish retest, while tether dominance is still looking good. It still looks like it's in an uptrend. And essentially what we needed to see on the weekly was, you know, if you're bullish on Bitcoin, you needed this weekly to lose its EMA 100. You know, not only is it just Bitcoin and tether dominance, but if we look closer, you know, Coinbase has been looking pretty bad. This basically a lot sooner than Bitcoin. We see here last month it lost its monthly 9, and then it actually rejected it and then broke down. Right now, Coinbase isn't looking the best at all. We can see it's already lost its weekly EMA 100 and it's acting as a resistance point. The only hopium now is that this meme support line at 156.60, you know, is holding. But again, big drop if it doesn't. This is something to be more, more cautious for. Like I said, not a lot of people are going to be talking about this. But we also have potentially an evening star from yesterday. On Friday. While it's, you know, holding support now, but, you know, this could easily roll over for sure, especially with the way Bitcoin is looking. So as it stands, you know, I'd be more cautious. This volatility is something that, you know, it's appreciated for traders, but we just don't want to get blindsided. For me, I think scalps in this range here from, call it support at 57.7, and right now resistance at 60,800 could just be the range we're going to play in until the event. For me, you know, this range is big, and so you can make money as long as you understand the range we're in and not getting too lost in the sauce. But as it stands, there's no reason really to be bullish, in my opinion. Yes, the Dow Jones is making all-time highs, but the stock correlation isn't too much with Bitcoin relative to it going up. But then also we have the NASDAQ looking slightly weak. You know, ES1's looking slightly weak, and SPX is looking slightly weak. So, you know, I don't know what that means for Bitcoin overall, but we have to respect the trend, and it's still down. And we still have this weekly BBWP expanding, and it is above 15%. So the trend is your friend. We'd assume here that this is going to, basically, we're going to see a real move soon, for sure, especially with the way BBWP is looking and kind of resetting and getting back above the moving average. So
I have a question for you, Alex. How do you feel when you put it on the weekly and you're looking at Bitcoin USD? That the 21, that the 9 went underneath the 21, and like the first time it happened in 2020, we had a drop of 33% from the point where it happened, and then when it happened again, late 2021, almost it actually happened in 2022, January 2022, you had a 66 to almost 70% break to the downside, and that literally just happened now. Should we start maybe considering that there could be a little bit more downside now? Or
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I'm still on the camp that the weekly is just going to make a lower low. And it's a good point you mentioned, because I can go into more details. So like right now in Bitcoin, and it's interesting because I'll show it on Tether as well, we essentially have this fresh weekly 21 going above the 9. Now, this is fresh and relative. What happened last week was it solidified the rejection. I know people were telling me, and I always see everything on the daily. What about the daily? It's crossed. I agree with you. It has, but that's what we'd expect then the daily 9 to hold. But as it stands, the weekly has more precedent. And right now, the weekly is more bearish, even if the daily has a cross. We can't disregard this cross, while also the 9 is nicely pointed down, giving any kind of momentum or any rallies, it'll just be short-lived, in my opinion. Now, why is this important? What does this mean? Okay, well, there's not much data we have with Bitcoin, but if we go here, we see the last time these crosses have happened on the weekly, right? The 9 going under the 21. We can see it's always resulted in 30% moves down. So we'll do it from here down to the wick low. This is around 28, 29% down. From here as well, when it crossed, we'll go from the next wick, high to low. Let me get this right here, wick high to low, right? This resulted in a 30% as well. And so with this being freshly crossed and what history has shown us, and it can happen to the upside, but right now we have a downside setup on Bitcoin. This is a setup, and you would expect the 9 and the 21 to basically keep rejecting. And while we have that, we don't fully have a silver cross yet. We need Bitcoin to actually come down and break down. It breaking down would probably solidify a silver cross, because what that would do is exacerbate the 21 to move down. But it would need to be a real breakdown, not a 4 or 5% move, like an actual Bitcoin breakdown, like we've seen many times here, where we just get these aggressive drops of multi-thousands of dollars. And so while we have that cross on the weekly on Tether dominance, we have the kind of flip side. And so let me see here. Where is my 9? There it is. And so on the flip side, we have it here where the 9's crossing above the 21, giving us a bullish setup. And again, same theory as this could really silver cross soon, a lot sooner than Bitcoin. We would need this to break out. Breaking out will move this, and we'll actually silver cross on the weekly. And that's not a good sign. There really isn't many times that Tether dominance has silver crossed on the weekly. Out of my own curiosity, I'm sure people are wondering. We'll just quickly see it right here. This is when it did it, and then also right here. This is when it also crossed, and then yeah, that's for now what I'll look at. And you can see the reactions on these silver crosses here. I mean, from wick high to wick low, this was 60%, and then we got the rejection here. Same with this as well. Once it crossed, right, from low to high, it was 60% move. That's interesting. Out of curiosity, where would that put us now? Let's say it silver crosses right around here. Yeah, we would be in bear market territory, and also we'd be pressing these highs here. If we just see, and it's simple. We just draw another horizontal at the wick high. We would be basically pressing this 9.5%. Hasn't happened many times, and this would essentially mean we are in a bear market. So, I mean, if you like the crosses, we really can't negate, we really can't disregard that. That is something that is happening right now. It's like I was saying last stream, the weekly is giving us like almost a perfect short setup. We have the cross as here, it's not silver cross, but essentially what we have here, if we have everything else we've talked about, we have a rejection of the 9, weekly 9. This weekly 9 has been a big point in this whole rally, very much so like how the daily EMA 100 is. We also are below the daily EMA 100 while the weekly's crossing, while it's in a downtrend. So to me, it's like, okay, this could be an opportunity zone to take a short and target this daily, weekly EMA 100. And why? Because this zone here, 60,300 to 60,800, is a big spot. It's even on the daily a huge spot. We can see it's perfectly lining up with our meme line, and it's sitting right now at 60,780. So basically, this is a big zone for Bitcoin. We have weekly resistance, daily resistance, and the hopium now would be that bulls bounce here. We smoke the shorts that basically have their stops here, because that is something that we were talking about on over this weekend, was this short setup playing out here. I talked about this short, what it looked like to me was a deviation, and then I talked about it potentially chopping, hitting this area at 60,300. Really simple short setup I gave, with a stop loss of literally 60,400, which from entry here to stop, it was literally less than a 0.19% to make a 4% move. That's why I'm saying if you can just play this volatility and understand the dynamic we're in, you can make money. But I'm very cautious on Bitcoin. I think ETH looks terrible. I think that
terrible.
ETH actually does look terrible, significantly worse than Bitcoin. If we go to this weekly, we go here, extend the lines. I'll make this straight because that bothers me. We can see here, what is the weekly done on ETH? Well, we essentially, unlike Bitcoin, where Bitcoin hasn't even gotten close to its weekly EMA 100, ETH that move down has been exasperated. We've now lost the weekly EMA 100, and also we've tested it and flipped it into resistance 2 times while forming a potential weekly evening star and also breaking this meme diagonal that we've been forming since 2022. Yes, there's chop below. That's because it's a shitcoin. But overall, this diagonal has been pretty accurate in holding. We see it's been basically counting the lows, and then we go up, and then now we've lost it for the first time. It looks to me like we've back tested it and we've rejected it. And to me, I'm looking for something like that on ETH. A big move down overall. And it makes sense. If we go and actually see the last time ETH essentially closed under its weekly EMA 100, it was here. What happened after it did that? Well, this essentially
bear market.
Made the move aggressive. No rallies up, straight down, 61% down. And that's the same setup we have here. While also, though, breaking this diagonal, and I don't put a lot of weight on these diagonals, but, in this environment, I'm noticing that diagonals are working well.
They work really well, yeah.
So I don't like using them, but if they work, they work. And that's kind of what I've been watching with ETH. Not only is the USD pair looking terrible, but we also know that the ETH BTC pair is looking bad. 2 times I've mentioned this point. Here's the double top that led to the rejection. And then most recently on the Discord, I mentioned here, because on the 5-day, it was very evident to me. If we go to this 5-day, this was a very evident double top with even a lower high on this second, basically on the double top. That's such an easy setup to break down. To me, ETH BTC looks terrible. It is approaching support now. Big support. We haven't really tested this whole we haven't tested this in a long time, actually. Last time we were even, around this zone was in 2021. And this just shows you the weakness of ETH. I do think if we do lose this zone, another massive drop will occur, taking us to this green line. This is the last stance for bulls. If you are an investor long-term on ETH, you really have to ask yourself why and what's the narrative now and what's the incentive. Because when I see something like this looks like a capitulation brewing to me. You have this slow chop, slow bleed, slow. And what you'll often get is one more maybe move up, and then that's what's going to capitulate us down, which in my opinion lines up with my theory that right now with this breakdown, we really could come down hard. For sure come down hard. We obviously can chop more, whatever, but overall, that's a pretty big move on ETH from here. It's a nice 21% that has implications for Bitcoin, for alts, for everything. But also, before I get off, there's really not much, there's no difference here with ETH. And like, if we go and compare ETH, remember this, right? We have a high of last cycle, rallied up, couldn't break its last cycle high. Same thing with Doge. Same thing with, let's see, SHIB. If we go to Link, Rune, all these coins essentially are looking, even Ethereum Classic, multiple cycles, right? All these coins, essentially these shit coins, look exactly how ETH looks, right? We had a rally up, couldn't break its last cycle highs. For me, that's my indication of this being a shit coin, and it's not strong at all. And we can even just visualize it like this by saying that this could just be a massive lower high, especially if we view this on like a higher time frame. And that's something you don't want to see. So really something to consider if you're bullish on ETH and you're actually investing in this, because to me, this doesn't make sense. It looks quite weak. And this 9 on the monthly is going to cross down, solidifying, in my opinion, the downtrend. There's not many times this has happened. I'm almost certain the weekly is close to silver crossing as well. And why am I talking about this? Well, why I'm talking about this is because I'm seeing a lot of people talk about altcoins and alt season is coming and yada, yada, yada and bullshit. But honestly, I mean, if Bitcoin's not looking the best and ETH is definitely not looking good, then I could almost bet money that, you know, most altcoins are looking then just terrible. You know, Solana as well is not looking good. Fresh weekly cross here, now lost this range it's been in, and it's testing it as resistance. Across the board, you know, cryptos are looking weak. And that's just something I want us all to be cautious about because, you know, I like shorting, and I do think that there's good opportunity brewing potentially if it's not already happened. And so I think patience will pay. I think right now it's good to be cautious. And I think overall what we're seeing is people don't want to buy crypto. There's no narrative with Bitcoin. There's no narrative on ETH. I mean, like if you guys backtest the ETH ETF to when it went to shit, it's basically right after it happened. So
well, there's just no interest.
There's one slight narrative with ETH. Vitalik has a new girlfriend and is dumping coins all the time to pay for her shit.
And that's why it's going to fucking shit. Do you want to share yours, Farhan, or
yeah, I get it.
Let's go.
They're expensive, bro. They're expensive.
I have one at home, dude. I know firsthand. That was like the most expensive thing I've ever gotten. He's a wife. Don't tell her though. I'm really scared.
Imagine if she's watching.
She's listening. She might be out here.
Oh
wow. That was Alejandro Bullen. That was not me. I didn't say shit.
They are expensive though. I mean, when I became single, everything became 50% cheaper. So.
Oh yeah, but a meal out becomes $20 instead of $75 in an argument.
There you go.
So we're gonna start with the monthly on Bitcoin. We're still holding the 9 EMA. We're still in between that little bit of zone that we talked about last time. That's the no man's land, in between the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA, where it's trying to figure out which direction it's gonna go. It's still rejecting the 5 EMA, and from my book, as long as it's rejecting the 5 EMA, it's more bearish than it is bullish. Because as you see, whenever it initially broke out in October, we held the 5 EMA the entire way through as we made new all-time highs. Now we've lost the 5 EMA and we're rejecting it. Not only that, but we're solidly below this blue 38.2% zone. So as long as we're below there, pressure is to the downside, and we have to expect that we will hit the 21 EMA. Right now, the 21 is sitting at $48,150. But until we lose the 9 EMA, we can't, with a high confidence, say that we're going to go here. We can just say that we have a higher possibility of going here than making new all-time highs as long as we're below the 5. If we look at our HBR momentum, this is freshly breaking towards the downside and is entering the bearish control zone. The last time that it did this was right over here in September of 2021. This is the last time that the monthly HBR momentum broke down into the bearish control zone. Let's draw a vertical line here and see what price was doing at that point. And we also did it over here as well. Let's draw a vertical line there in December of 2019. So when we broke down to that zone in September of 2021, we ended up making a slightly higher high at $69,000 before we entered a bear market and corrected all the way down to $15,500. And then in December of 2019, we ended up going a little bit lower. This was right before the COVID crash. So we did go it entered the bearish control zone at this point. So we did make a slightly higher high, not even a higher high. We made a lower high, but the percentage wise was pretty significant. It was around 46, almost 47% up before we had a major correction. And then afterwards, the COVID crash happened. The HBR momentum was still within the bearish control zone, and we went down about 63.34% in the next 3 months. Pretty big drop in 2 or 3 months. But we're getting that same setup right now where the HBR momentum is breaking down within the bearish control zone. And we are also getting our volatility starting to flip up as well. So that's telling us that this downward momentum is going to be supported by volatility, and it should be the actual move. It should not be a correction. At the same time, we're looking at our monthly jewel, and it's giving us this vertically down dark blue sell signal. We don't have enough data on here to populate. This is Coinbase. Let me switch to the index. All right, so now we have more data. Now we're getting the same thing though. The jewel is flipping down to a dark blue shell, but we're still above the peak. As long as we're above the peak, it's not a death signal. because the pink is the fast moving oscillator, which is above the yellow. So what we would ideally look for is to find support somewhere around here to here within the bullish control zone. If it can maintain the bullish control zone, then the long-term trend will still be intact towards the upside, and then we would probably make a higher low, then we would end up making new all-time highs from there. But if we lose the bullish control zone, though, like we did over here in 2021 when we lost this bullish control zone, then we entered an actual bear market. And then we tested all the way down to the bearish control zone, and this was right around 15,500 on Bitcoin. So we don't want to lose this bullish control zone on the monthly, otherwise basically all hope for the bull market is over, and we're probably entering the long-term bear market. But as long as we're still above that, we still have hopium towards the upside, especially because the last time when we entered the bear market, the pink crossed below the yellow. So we don't have that yet. The pink is still solidly above the yellow, so that still keeps hopium alive a little bit. Let's go to the weekly. Right now, the weekly did regain the blue 38.2 zone after being below it for two closures. Now we're above it. We still are rejecting all of our major EMAs. We're rejecting the 9, the 21. So technically, this would be a bearish setup, and we would have statistical probability of retesting this bottom 38.2 zone, which is currently at $54,250. I would be looking for that as a higher low for one simple reason. Because if you were to look at our HPR momentum, it's starting to flip up and it's about to get out of the negative territory while volatility is going down. So whenever this happens, you have a statistical probability of hitting the median. The median right now it used to be significantly higher, but as we mentioned last stream that it was going to move down on the next weekly open, it moved down a lot. It was at around 73,500 before. Now it's sitting at around 62,334. So technically, we have a statistical probability of hitting this median, but we don't know if we're going to close above it or not. If we do close above it, the last time we've closed above the weekly median and held it was right over here in February of 2024. When we closed above it at 48K, then we went to 73K. The median is what you consider on the HPDR on the higher time frames as the breakout zone. So if you do close above this median at 62,300, you would have a 61.8% chance of going here to this top 38.2, which is right now at about $74,800 to $75,000, which would be new all-time highs. But usually it doesn't like to stop there. As you see, whenever it closes above the median, it likes to move up to at least the 61.8% or the 78.6. But at the very least, the 61.8. Right now, the 61.8 sits at $87,140. But the only way to really get that is you would have to close over this median. If you don't close over the median, that's gone out of the window, and you're probably going to test the 61.8 to the downside. And right now, the 61.8 to the downside is that same $48,000 number we were looking at previously. But very likely it doesn't stop there, and it comes down to this 100 EMA, which is going to be a magnet. And that one right now is sitting at $46,238. And we're getting our weekly jewel. It was giving us a dark blue vertical curvature to the downside, but now it's starting to curve around. What we're waiting for on this weekly close, as long as we hold this blue 38.2% zone, this jewel is probably going to flip around into a white neutral signal, and then next weekly open is going to flip to a light blue cyan buy signal. But that's assuming that we keep holding this blue 38.2% zone. Let's go to Tether. On Tether, when we're getting the exact opposite as from Bitcoin, where we're above all of our major moving averages. We closed over the 21, and now we're back basing off the 21 and getting a little bit of a move high up. But right now, this candle can be considered a shooting star candle because we're rejecting the median, and it has a long wick towards the upside with a very small body. If it does close like this and we do reject the median, then we have a statistical probability of hitting this bottom 38.2% zone, which is at 5.09%, which would be a pretty significant drop on Tether dominance from where we are right now. Sorry?
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you consider, or when do you consider Bitcoin's in a bear market?
I'd have to see for the bear market, I want to see a close below the 9 EMA.
a close below the 9 EMA on the monthly.
Yeah, I want to see a close below here on the monthly, and then I want to see a retest and rejection of it. At that point, very likely we're going to come down to the mid 40s. Possibly, if there's some hopium alive, we can make a higher low there and make a massive wick and close back above this 9, but it doesn't seem very likely.
So
that's what I would consider a bear market.
That's what you would consider. What about you, Alex?
I'm just watching the monthly. I think the monthly EMA 9 will be very telling. And then if we do lose it, I'm just going to watch for a rally into that reject, and I'll just take a short. For me, it's just simple. I mean, I can probably wait. You know, the weekly, it just gave us a short setup. So if you didn't get position on that weekly pump, which tested the 21 and the 9, shorts are a lot harder here. I guess if we deviate 57.7, but that could be slightly aggressive. So for me, all eyes on the monthly, because that'll determine if we are in a bear market. The monthly EMA 5 is nice, and it can often be like a front run to the 9. But for me, the 9 kind of solidifies it, just like it did on Coinbase. And Farn, I'm actually interested to see how ETH looks on your chart, if you don't mind just looking at it.
Yeah.
Because to me, on my chart, my system, ETH looks fucked. So I'm interested to see what you have to see on it.
And to me, it looks like 1900 is a real possibility real soon.
Yeah, so on the monthly on Ethereum, we've lost the 5, we've lost the 9, we've lost the 21. The only place left we can bounce at is the 55. And right now the 55 is sitting at $1,991. But very likely we don't, it's not going to probably stop at the 61.8% level. It's probably going to drop down to the 78.6. And right now the 78.6 is sitting at $1,600.
Dude, what the fuck?
We're getting our HPDR momentum breaking into the bearish control zone while volatility is flipping up, supporting that move down. The last time this happened on Ethereum was right over here in April of 2022, when price was sitting at around $3,300, and then we went all the way down to $890.
God damn.
We corrected to on last time we corrected to the 95% on the HPDR. Right now, the 95% sits at
no way. $820? No way.
I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest.
Even it's lower.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think probably the 88.3 if we're extremely bearish, and that one's just above $1,000, which would be a nice little higher low with all of these previous lows over here. But if Ethereum goes to $1,000, like, what is going to be the reaction from the market? Everyone's going to be like, crypto is done. It's over.
I mean,
well, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
What altcoin that has been around for at least a cycle, kind of like Solana, right? Made new higher highs? Because Binance. I also think Binance. What else? Only Binance.
Bitcoin and Binance. That was something I was talking about yesterday. Bitcoin and Binance are the only coin to break their all-time high. The only other one that's gone very close is TRX, but still hasn't. And so that's interesting to me, because oftentimes what you'll see with these altcoins that don't break their previous cycle highs is what? They often break their lows a lot sooner than Bitcoin does, even goes lower. And is that what we're seeing now with ETH? Is that why ETH is looking so much more worse than Bitcoin? And honestly, that $750 level wouldn't surprise me. I mean, at that point, yeah, that would be bad. That would be a lower low macroly. And yeah, it would solidify ETH is bad. It's trash. It's probably never going to go back up to
shitcoin. It's a shitcoin. That's simple.
Exactly. Bitcoin. So yeah, I don't know, but Binance and Bitcoin are the only coins. So that's why I'm more in the camp. I wouldn't be surprised if Binance surpasses Ethereum in the coming cycles as the second biggest crypto in the world. Especially since, CZ is getting out on, I think, September 29th. Yep. He's not going to be associated with Binance at all anymore, but that's great. That's great news for Binance, because he was the big counterfactor to Binance. So now he can do his thing. He's free. Binance can do its thing. It has no more litigation problems, substantial litigation problems like the things we've been seeing looming. And to me, I mean, yeah, that puts more of a factor of why it should be the second biggest coin, and on top of it, it already broke its last cycle high.
Now, if you look at the Binance chart and you put it on the monthly,
This shit looks insane.
basically, while he does go back a little bit and look at the other formation, the one before where he hit all-time highs, basically both all-time highs closed around the same level, right? But now the new all-time highs are wicking, but they're not closing even close to that number, which is 662. So the closest body of a candle that's not a wick is 606. Does that matter to you guys at all?
Not really, and the reason why it doesn't is because every one of these times it ended up losing the median on the HPDR, and that's when our top was put in. Like whenever we made this second attempt at a high, we rejected the median over here, and then we ended up dropping very heavily from there. Right now, we're holding the median as support. Yeah. Not only that, we're holding it as support, but we're forming a inverted hammer as well. So it's an actual what do you call it? Hammer candle. And it's turning green, and it's still holding the median. So it's for my system, this still looks extremely bullish. And as long as it's closing a monthly like this, we're very likely to test this top 38.2 zone, which is right now at $742.
You could argue too, the monthly is trying to put in a bull flag. We wouldn't want the progression of that to go much farther, in my opinion. Much like closures on the monthly, but you could argue that it's putting in a bull flag. And for my response to your question, as long as it wicked above its last cycle high, to me, it doesn't matter if it holds it or not, or even if Binance goes down now. To me, it broke its cycle high, and it's bullish. It's strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only one that's shown at least that type of strength, right? Whereas even Solana, because the thing is, there's in all these shitcoins, there's inflation, right? Like they are producing more of these fucking tokens. It's not like Bitcoin, which is 21 million secured. That's it. And I think that's what's helping Bitcoin actually create higher highs. And
probably what's helping Binance as well, because what kind of puts Binance away from like a Solana is the fact that it has BNB coin that can do what Solana does. It also has one of the biggest exchanges in the world. On top of that, we have all the litigation problems taken away, and they have endless amounts of cash. So, I mean, like Bitcoin is good. Binance is great though, in the sense that, and I keep in mind, 2022, I was a believer Binance was going to capitulate to $30, $40. It's definitely, I was wrong on that. And Binance has just only performed well. And it's weird to see that the coins with actual owners like TRX, right, Justin Sun, also very close to breaking its all-time high, cycle high. It's weird to see those like ownership coins, minus Cardano, with like an actual face to it, pumping and moving. Definitely not Cardano though. Charles, I don't know what he's doing, but
I do think that these are like, in a way, these are chains that are supposed to be transactional databases for companies, right? Where you can implement a certain chain on Amazon and have everything be on chain, and everything can be living within a system outside of every other system. And I think that's going to be the future. So you're going to need technological leaders in order for you to implement those things in places where they work, whereas some others not. But then, the Charles Hutch, like whatever his fucking name is, he just can't make it happen. Like people gave up on him.
Right. And I mean, we really have to understand like that narrative of, well, we just need tech, and I agree 100%, but how much tech do we need? There's only going to be a few coins like Bitcoin, Binance, and then maybe, Tether as well, that can basically do what all these other coins want to do. You could argue, well, I mean, we need like privacy protection for DeFi. Okay, then like Rune can do that as well. But like overall, do we really need like 17,000 altcoins? Probably not. And in my opinion, this market's driven by liquidity, and it makes basically just degenerate gamblers like ourselves moving the markets nowadays, but mainly with the altcoins. And that's why it's so heavily tied to Bitcoin. You'll rarely get that relative strength altcoin like Binance that can actually hold up well, even on a downturning market.
And one thing One thing you
Bitcoin.
got to remember with all of these projects that are promising all of these world-changing things is, sure, even if their technology works, why do they need a token?
No, they don't. And
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's the same thing with XRP, right? Like even if they become like the new railroad of
No,
the
that's
payment
haram.
system.
That's haram to say.
But if they do, what's the like? Yeah, you're gonna buy a USDT on their network, but you're not gonna buy XRP. It's not like they're gonna turn XRP into the dollar. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand.
It's the
people
future
look
of
at it.
France.
Well, that is absolutely true. Shall I do a quick plug and then we can just get started with everyone?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Let's do it then. Let us do it. Here you go. And gonna disappear us. Por cierto, para todos ustedes que nos quieran acompañar en el Day Trading Academy, únanse al Discord. Es completamente gratis. Les voy a dejar el enlace acá en la descripción. Bueno, está en la descripción y también se los voy a poner por acá en ¿cómo se llama? En los mensajillos para que lo puedan ver. Ahí está, bastante bien, para que no se lo pierdan. Únanse, es gratis. Todo es súper fácil de usar. Una vez que te metes, lo único que tienes que saber es que al lado izquierdo puedes ver el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, puedes platicar en el chat general con todos. Aparte, la gente es a todo dar, siempre apoyando y cualquier pregunta la gente misma lo contesta. Tenemos una página donde explica todo el criptolingo para que puedan entender cuando hablamos de ciertas cosas y tal vez no entienden abreviaciones o cierto tipo de lenguaje que usamos. Tenemos acá para que todos compartan sus ganancias. No mames, con nosotros, ¡wow! ¡Qué potente lo! 451%, nada mal, y aparte nada de tiempo, 97%, 55%, es parte de ser de Elite Trading Academy. Wow, holy shit. Así que sí, vengan a compartir con nosotros y a cagarse nosotros con esas ganancias tan potentes, súper bien. Todo acá, nada mal, tío, llevaste 48%, felicidades, Luigi. Bien hecho. Acá tenemos para que nos pidan tablas. Acá hay noticias, preguntas. Ven a decir hola y tira tu emoji por acá. Es súper fácil de usar, es gratis. No tienen por qué perdérselo. Así que se los dejamos ahí. Únanse a Elite Trading Academy. All right, boys, you ready to start with some real shit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let us go. I have, although Bitcoin is very real, it does exist. A lot of people are going to be like, what do you mean it's not real? It is real. Who wants to do the ETF for SPXS?
SPXS.
Let me see. SPXS. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real thing.
It's on Arca, right? That's the one you're saying?
Well, that had to be the unless you want to go into the Italian, Mexican, or any other one. I would say so.
All right. Yeah, I'll chart this right now.
All righty. And for you, Farhan, I got Palantir.
You're muted, Farhan.
Fuck. I said nice, Peter Thiel.
Uncle Peter Thiel.
Wow.
So we're going to start with this. The ETF SPX.
Let's just take out. This is just.
We're going to learn a lot about Arca in October.
We're going to run what?
We're going to learn a lot about Arca in October. Our boy Crown was a market maker on Arca.
Was he?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know it was. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess.
I didn't know it was Arca.
Yeah.
What is this? Joe Biden? Oh, yeah. This is a monthly chart.
No, this is the quarterly. So, yeah, this is looking terrible. I mean, damn. This is just bad news. It's Jover.
It is terrible. So you got the 3 month. That's what you're pulling. Perfect.
So yeah, I mean, there's an updated of view the 3 month for sure on this chart. And so, like, I mean, what do we see here, boys?
Mega downtrend.
This is the downtrend of downtrend. So like, what we have here is just like this is just terrible. This is bad. I guess it's the inverse of the S&P 500. And like I said, it makes sense if it's if S&P goes bearish, I guess this goes bullish and vice versa. So it makes sense, I guess, because it's literally been up only 4 stocks. But what I see here is we're still heavily rejecting the monthly 9. We basically, this has just been a big area of rejection. Can't even get above or even test its 21. Last time it did that was essentially here in 2020, which was, COVID, leading to this reversal candle and then dump. And so, I mean, like, it's hard to chart these things because they're mainly based on just the volatility and also the direction of just like overall, like what it's based on, which is the S&P. But for now, I mean, what I can see is we essentially want, right now it's a no man's land for me. What we'd want here is we'd essentially want this to start forming any kind of bottom structure. That be some hammerhead, doji, but all these are just like massive, just inverted hammerheads. And also, this actually closed pretty girthy and down. Also clean rejection of the 9. And so, like, it's hard for me to chart these things because, you're really only working with down only. And so I guess the only like midterm hopium I can use here is essentially this. You would have basically, this last rejection high, you'd want to get back above. This probably would line up with the daily EMA 100, and that's currently at $8.10. This probably will go more down, and the daily EMA 100 should fall around this zone. And so if you're bullish on this, you would essentially want the daily to reclaim, of course, the 9. It did almost cross up, but then rejected it, and then we're still down, and the 21 is still above the 9. So ideally, yeah, what you'd want is to at least form some structure. Let it prove to you that it can hold the daily 21. Probably if I throw the 34 too, that'll be more evident. If we can get back above the 9, the 21, the 34, and actually hold it, not like this, or we're above it and then we reject it and then deviate. But actually hold it, we probably have momentum to test this daily EMA 100. This is a big point in the chart, and we've rejected it now 2 times since losing it. So I would look at this as an area where we can actually reclaim this. This could be a shift, shift in the market. And then you would be looking at this last high to be the next zone. Reclaiming that then would shift, in my opinion, the downtrend, because to me, this is just the last lower high. This would then shift the market while also reclaiming the daily EMA 100. And then, ideally that would then bleed into, let's see the weekly, then ideally
is right there too.
Wait, what?
The SMA 200 on the dailies right there, where you put your line.
Let's see here. Yeah, I should be putting that on, especially on the daily. Yeah, and so that's good confluence, actually. This will keep going down, though. But yeah, this zone here, this SMA 200, which, cool. If we get above the EMA 100, this is still going to be a big zone. And what you don't want, if you're bullish on this chart, is us to keep chopping. This SMA 200 goes more down. So then if something happens where, okay, this starts coming down more, it's now under this last rejection high. Okay, cool. Price starts rallying up. We reclaim it. But then what could happen is we hit this. And since we haven't tested this entire way down yet for, over a year, this reaction, we'd have to expect it to go down just because of how aggressive this downtrend is. Then this is just another lower high. That's something you wouldn't want. So that is a good point to bring up, Alondra, because you want to definitely be aware of that SMA 200 on the daily, which is a big point. I mean, really haven't tested it many times. And then once we did get above and deviated it, we haven't actually we haven't proven, like the chart hasn't proven, or I said it's flipped into resistance. But where I was going was essentially on the weekly, if we can get some structure here, then we essentially would want to reclaim this 9, especially this 21. Then we, again, getting good confluence in this $8.80, $9 range, as it being a big level. We can see here as well, this doesn't like to, hold above the 34 for too long. So ideally, we get 3 weekly closures above the weekly EMA 34. And then for me, I would then target this zone. I mean, if we flip the daily trend up, we're now basing off of this last lower high. To me, this would look good. We are now also above the daily SMA 200, and I would look for this weekly in the zone, essentially this call it $12.80 to $15 zone. It's a big zone, but to me, this could be the next area potentially. But as it stands, this is all just a big speculation hopium ball because, nothing really is telling me that there's structure forming here. We just basically bearishly retested this line, rejected it, still rejecting the daily EMA 100 and still heavily below the 9 on the daily. So, I mean, if TA works on these charts, this isn't looking good. And that's what we'd expect. I mean, with stocks being up only, and even on the 4-hour, we see the 9 freshly crossing under the 21. So, I mean, no matter how you look at this chart, it looks bearish. So everything I just said was essentially just like some thesis of hope. But as it stands, we should still be looking at this even 4-hour EMA 9 to reject. And then, this is basically holding on to life now. Right here is life support. So if we start losing this line, which is right around $7, a nice psychological point, I mean, we're just going to break down more. So that is what the trend is, and the trend is our friend.
Say, if you want to deal a little hopium to people on the daily, it's making higher lows by nothing but making higher lows, where you put that line on the left, it like very tiny, very tiny.
It is true.
Making lower highs. Yeah.
And that's where we're in that 50-50 zone, where like overall, the overall trend is still down. But, ideally, the daily does form some structure. We're getting some consolidation here. Ideally, then we can get some breakout. The issue is, we're just under every single moving average that matters to me. But you are right on that. So this is kind of where, like, this is the last stand. If you're bullish on this, you'd want this to kind of form, a higher low. And then that's why this area here is very important, because if we can break this last lower high, this could give us momentum to actually break above this EMA 100. And then I would look for this. This is going to be a big zone because this can potentially flip the weekly trend to me, which this weekly is, you could argue this is the last lower high on the weekly. I'm counting that as the daily to give us more momentum to actually break the lower high on the weekly, which would be here. If we do that, yes, that'd be a shift. We're now above all the moving averages that matter. And then it wouldn't be irresponsible to look for this massive zone here, big pump. Why? Because of just how sold down this has been. And we know that this can pump, quite aggressively when it wants to. I mean, we should count it from here, just out of curiosity, just from support tapping up, 87%. So it can definitely move. And we also see BBWP trying to creep up, still not above 15%. So nothing really matters. Consolidation and basically structure is what bulls want. Structure is key here, because if we can get structure, then we can get momentum to the upside. If we just keep rejecting this 9 heavily, and even the monthly 9, then to me, this is just still looking bad.
Agreed. Perfect. Thank you. So far, indeed. Palantir Mara for you, Alex. Mara.
Cool.
I haven't done Palantir yet.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, you're going after. I need to explain it in español.
Nice.
Ok. Ahí les va. Estamos viendo SPXS, que parece ser algo que tiene que ver con el SP500 un poco invertido, ¿no? Voy a poner el gráfico de 3 meses porque, o sea, pueden ver literalmente cómo esto viene en picada para abajo. Y esto no es nada, o sea, literalmente nada. Simplemente son niveles pequeños que estamos poniendo para que tengan una buena idea. Estos son velas de 3 meses y pueden ver que sigue para abajo. Si me echo para arriba, todavía hay muchísimo que ha estado cayendo. Simplemente está en una tendencia bajista que no parece que quiere acabar. Ahora lo pongo en la mensual. Vamos a ver cómo se ve para que vean. O sea, todo la fotografía, tíos. Segundo, vamos a trepar esto. ¿Dónde dejé todo? Aquí anda. Vale, aún así, en la mensual no se ve tan bien como podría verse en la semanal. Un segundo. Odio estas tablas. Si quieren mandarme cosas que me saquen piedras en los riñones, mándenme estas tablas para analizar, porque solamente van para abajo. Ok, seguimos ahí. Vale. Hemos visto cómo desde literalmente marzo del 2021 hemos imposiblemente intentado romper el precio en los 31. En este momento esta cosa está cotizando en 7,24. ¿ok? Que es esta zona de aquí abajo. Podemos ver exactamente cómo es una tendencia clara bajista con bajos, bajos, bajos y bajos más bajos, pero cuando nos acercamos en la diaria, ¿qué es lo que podemos ver? Podemos ver que aquí tiene cara de que ha formado está intentando formar un tipo de suelo, porque tienes este bajo más alto y este bajo más alto que estos, pero sigues teniendo altos más bajos y altos más bajos. Para no hacerles el cuento largo, estás abajo el promedio del 9, del 21, del 55, del 100 y del 200. El 200 va a venir a confluir con esta zona de los 9.17. Lo que quieres es que no hagas un bajo más bajo que el pasado, que estuvo en 708. Olvídate del bajo más bajo. Si rompes los 705, simplemente vas a seguir yendo para abajo. Poder romper a la alza, eliminar este alto que está en los 810. Y una vez que hagas eso, tu objetivo muy probablemente sea los 917 cuando volteas a ver el promedio, el S&P 200 que viene a sentarse por acá en los 917 y vean dónde se recarga el precio para que tengan una idea. Si viene el precio por acá y se recarga acá, bien chido, probablemente vengas para acá. Lo más probable es que esta tabla se vaya a cero o que siga continuando para abajo, pero cuando rompe a la alza tiene buenos movimientos, ¿no? O sea, aquí te agarraste el 9 y una vez que te agarraste el 9 llegó a subir casi 30%. Simplemente es eso. Ni buenas ni malas noticias. Alrighty, Farhan, you ready?
Yes, I'm muted. Oh, no, I'm not muted, actually.
No, you're not. You're good to go.
Nice. Let's get it.
I like the new StreamYard cards. They look much better than the older ones, more sophisticated.
I didn't even notice that there was a difference.
Oh yeah.
I stare at them every fucking day, so that's why. Maybe that's why.
All right, so we had these meme lines drawn from the last time that we looked at Palantir.
Mhm.
On this monthly candle, we ended up retesting this meme line, which lines up right with the 5 EMA, and we held it, and now we're getting a very solid expansion towards the upside. Whenever you get one of these meme lines that lines right up with one of your major EMAs, that tells you that this is going to be a very significant area. So we got that right here. We got this bounce, then we got a very sharp wick from here, and now we're getting some expansion towards the upside, and we're getting a move above this blue 38.2% zone, which is I consider the breakout zone. Like usually, whenever we close above it, we get a very significant move towards the upside, or we close below it, we get a very significant move towards the downside, like you see right here. So now that we're above it, if we do close above it, we have to target somewhere between the 50% and the 61.8%, which right now is sitting at about $39 all the way up to $44. That would be right brushing up against previous all-time highs. So once we're there, in my opinion, we'd be so close to previous all-time highs, we're probably going to go smash through them. Probably going to go to the 78.6%, which right now is at $51.30. And once this is hitting new all-time highs, like this is one of my metrics for risk on, because whenever Palantir is doing well, usually the Nasdaq is doing well, and all the tech sector is doing well as well. So if this is hitting new all-time highs, I would assume Nasdaq would be retesting all-time highs at the very least. And let's see if I can get a fib target if that lines up with the HPDR. Nah, that's way too high up. Disregard that, sirs. Disregard that.
What if this was like the new Nvidia?
It just goes straight vertical to $500.
Yeah. I mean, I have a buddy that invested at 6 or whatever the fucking floor was. I think it was 6 at some point.
Bro's gonna be a fucking billionaire if that happens.
I know. And he doesn't care. He drives me nuts. I'm like, look at that. And he's like, eh.
Is this a more real? This is a more realistic target. All right. So I do it from this bottom to this top. We're getting a bounce off of the golden pocket right here, and now we're breaking above the top end, the 0%. So our 161.8% right now sits at $148.89. This is a monthly chart, so this is not going to play out anytime soon. This is going to take at least a year and a half to play out. But that would be our ultimate target that we're looking at. It's about $140 area. And then we look at our monthly HPR momentum. It's starting to flip down. It's getting out of the bullish control zone, but it's not bad as long as it's still within the positive territory. So as long as it's above here, it can always just flip back around, and then you can make its next move to the upside. And the reason why I think so is because volatility is going down along with momentum. So that's telling you that this is like very likely a corrective move. If we do have one towards the downside, it's going to be corrective and not an actual downside move that's actually serious. And then we look at our monthly jewel. Monthly jewel is pointed very vertically towards the upside with this light blue buy signal. This thing has literally never had a sell signal on the monthly jewel. Never once since July of 2023. It's never had one. That's because we don't have enough data back here to populate the jewel. So probably you would have had one, but we don't have enough data to know for a fact. So this thing has never had a sell signal on the jewel. Let's go towards the quarterly. God, that quarterly looks monstrous, insane.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up getting this correction to the downside where we went below the opening price where it went live, went way below it, and then we got a very sharp move back towards the upside, and now we're getting one of the most bullish quarterly looking candles I have ever seen. There is basically no wick towards the upside. It's just straight up, and we're brushing up against these previous all-time highs. So like it looks very, very, very likely this thing is about to make new all-time highs pretty soon. Let's go to the weekly. The weekly is already closed above this blue 38.2 zone. Now it's finding some resistance between the 78.6 and the 88.3. And this is natural to find resistance here because of these numbers are so extreme. There's a very small chance of continuation from this zone. But the fact that it's not rejecting and it's still green, like it's not rejecting very heavily, tells you that it's even more bullish than we would have thought otherwise. Because if you're within this area and you reject, usually the candle turns red and you end up retesting this 5 EMA. But it's not even able to do that. It's just rejecting a little bit and it's still keeping its green formation. Then we check out our HPDR momentum. This is pointed very sharply towards the upside and is breaking heavily into the bullish control zone. Now it's in the bullish critical zone. The last time it was ever broken into that area was over here in February of 2024. And what was the price doing in February of 2024? It was going from $16 all the way to $27, which is, not too bad. 62.8% move up.
God fucking damn it.
And we're getting that same exact setup right here. We're breaking into the bullish control zone on the HPDR momentum, and the volatility is breaking to very extremes. Same thing we had right here. Volatility extremes, HPDR momentum in the bullish control zone. We're getting the exact same setup. Let's go towards the RSI. I'm very curious to see if there's any divergences on this. Nothing there. Nothing there. The weekly has several drives confirmed of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Not only that, but we're rejecting getting kicked out of the bullish control zone as well. And also, I don't know if you guys see this, but shoulder, head, shoulder.
Oh,
inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. That gives you, along with the multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence and being rejected from getting kicked out of the bullish control zone, gives you a target of the bullish critical zone. And right now, the bullish critical zone is at $45.26. And because we're so
high, right?
Yep. And because we're so close to it, this is a very valid and accurate target. Usually the number goes down a lot, but since we're already within the bullish control zone and we have a measured move from this inverse head and shoulders, like let's draw out this inverse head and shoulders measured move. Right there to the top of the bullish critical zone, which thankfully this RSI tells you what number that would be at $45.26. It's actually a little bit above the critical zone, so probably a little bit over $45. But that would confirm to us our suspicions based on the quarterly chart that we're gonna hit new all-time highs very soon. And whenever you have one of these formations on the RSI, it plays out almost 70% of the time. Usually the inverse head and shoulders only have like a 60% hit rate, 55 to 60%. But on the RSI, they have like closer to a 70 to 75% hit rate. They almost always play out on the RSI. So we have it on the weekly. What do we have on the 5-day? Nothing on the 5-day, 3-day, 2-day. Nope. All right, so basically only on the higher time frames we do have it confirmed.
Weekly,
which is what you want to see.
Yeah.
It would be the opposite thing if we saw it in the lower time frames and not the higher time frames. But the fact that we have 1, 2, 3 drives confirmed of hidden bullish divergence right now on the weekly, along with this inverse head and shoulders, tells you that this thing is this very likely is insanely bullish right now. Not only that, but we look at our volatility. Volatility is only sitting at 57% and it's starting to expand. We have a lot of room to go before we hit the 90s and volatility tops out. So if volatility has around 40% more to go, very easily we can probably hit $46 to $50.
Yeah.
Get a swipe of our previous all-time highs, hit new all-time highs, probably consolidate around there, maybe pull back a little bit, and then try again from even newer all-time highs. God bless Peter Thiel.
God bless my father, Peter Thiel. For you, I got Rivian right after. So
Nice.
There you go. I'll get into this one. Vale. Estamos viendo Palantir, obviamente arriba del promedio del 9, que es el único que tenemos por acá, porque estamos viendo cada una de estas velas es de 3 meses. Vean la potencia de este uptrend que estamos viendo, esta tendencia alcista, y lo enorme de esta vela verde que va desde los $25 el cuerpo hasta los 35, pero cuando cuentas la cola, del 21.20 hasta los 36. Es un rango gigantesco. No hay duda alguna que Palantir tiene mucha fuerza alcista que va para adelante. Viendo los indicadores de Farhand simplemente en tiempos grandes, hablando en temporalidades mensuales y semanales, estamos viendo que la volatilidad y el momentum están confirmándonos que puede haber un movimiento correctivo, pero si a la baja, y el movimiento solamente sería una corrección antes de seguir la misma tendencia en la que sigue, que es para arriba. Pero cuando volteamos a ver la tabla mensual, puedes ver cómo el 21 por fin fue montado por la 9 se fue por encima del 21, acá lo tienes, ni siquiera retesteaste y está muy por encima de ello. Tu siguiente objetivo son los 37,25 y de ahí altos históricos en casi $45. Palantir en este momento está cotizando en 35,84. En la semanal tenemos varios... hay divergencias escondidas en el RSI alcistas con un objetivo bastante alto y también cuando estás volteando a ver qué tanto puede llevar el momentum y la volatilidad del precio hasta arriba, todavía tiene bastante espacio para correr, lo que nos dice que mínimo deberíamos de ir a buscar los 44.87 y de ahí un objetivo mucho más arriba por ahí de los $140 en cuanto se refiere a la tabla mensual y eso nos pone por ahí de los nos pone por ahí del año y cacho de meses llegando a ese precio para que no se me emocionen y digan, mañana va a llegar esto a 4. No va a pasar tan rápido. Podemos ver que también en la semanal estamos por encima de absolutamente todos los promedios. Tuviste un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross acá en junio del 2023. Lo sigue respetando y sigue hasta arriba. Solamente una vez vino a retestear o intentar retestear el promedio de los 55, pero sigue hacia arriba. Básicamente lo que vemos es que Palantir va a poder romper los 37.44 sin problema alguno irse a los 45 y si llegamos a ver una corrección, ese movimiento probablemente sea bastante pequeño y solamente una corrección que hasta ahora lo está validando la volatilidad y el momentum de precio. Así que ahí lo tienen Palantir bastante fuerte, honestamente, en la tabla, damas y caballeros. All righty, let's go do Mara.
Let me get this up. Let's run it.
Bada boom.
Nice. So this is something I've been watching and waiting for. I mean, as it stands, I think this is associated with crypto. I think they do something with mining.
I think they're miners. Yeah.
Yeah. So, overall, we were kind of hoping and waiting for this to happen. It's kind of taken a long time, but I still believe that we're just caught up in this range. Let me delete this now because it's something I did talk about on stream. Overall, we're just caught up in this range here again. This is kind of a big range. You could draw a mid-range based on basically this low, if you want, right here. And we're kind of on it now. We deviated it a bit. Now we're just like kind of dancing around it. The issue with this chart is we are still under the daily EMA 100 and rejecting it. And on top of it, we did make a lower low here. So, I mean, ideally, the trend is still pretty down. And the weekly isn't any more, basically doesn't give me much hopium for the bulls. And the reason why I say that is because, just like Bitcoin, we have that fresh cross in the weekly. We also, though, are now under the weekly EMA 100 and the daily while still rejecting it, which does sit right around the same area, which tells me that it's a pretty strong, this $16.60 area is a pretty strong region of resistance. I am curious to see if it's silver crossed yet. I don't think so. It's close. So it's very close to silver crossing on the weekly, which isn't good. This basically yellow EMA is the 55. This pink one's the 21. So we see it crossing under the 34. Fine, doesn't mean much. We would have been concerned after this 9 going under the 21, which does lead to silver crosses. And now we see that it's not too far off for that to happen. Once this does start breaking down, it even goes and closes under $14.40. To me, I do believe that this probably will silver cross within that week, that next following week's closure. Not a good sign, especially if you're bullish on this chart. Because what we see here is just a simple downtrend from this last lower high, bounce another lower high to lower low. Are we going to form another lower high right around this weekly EMA 100? And then we'd assume that, well, if the trend is down and fresh, that this low here that was formed right at $13, it was at $13.17, probably isn't safe. And we'd have to look at this $10 region, which is a nice psychological, level. But as it stands, we're just consolidating, we're ranging. BBWP is trying to expand here, which is interesting to me because the trend is still down. So we would expect this rejection to happen right around this $17 range. Currently, price right now is $16, so it's not too far from resistance. That is something to be mindful of. If we go to the monthly here, the monthly is trying to form into, a candle that can churn healthy, but there's still there's still 2 weeks for this monthly to close. And on top of it, it is still rejecting its 34 here. An area where prices it basically for the last few months was holding the 34. It's now under all moving averages. It rejected the monthly EMA 100. To me, this chart is screaming bear market. And it's just a matter of time until we essentially do get that capitulation, in my opinion.
Well, just real quick, if you follow candlestick theory, you see the shooting star all the way on the right. That's a topping candle. And then you had instantly a confirmation on the right one that the next candle closed the body below completely the other one. And the second one that is right there would be your double confirmation that it's fucked just by candlestick theory.
100%. And you can see here too, forming a shooting star at a major moving average, especially on a monthly, isn't good. And we can, see last time this sort of has happened was here, right at this top in 2021, leading to the confirmation and then just overall downtrend. And we can see really the move got exasperated down even after this whole move down right here, after we essentially lost the 34. Once we closed under all moving averages, we just kept going down. From that point, I know it did already dump a lot from it, but from the loss of it, it went down another 65%. And so this is what this month could be potentially telling us is, we start losing this area and closing below, could be a big spot for a capitulation-like style on this chart. And for me, this $10 region is going to be really key. The ranges on this chart's insane. Let's not forget it went all the way from $83 all the way back down to $2.80. So overall, not a strong chart, very volatile. As it stands, though, yeah, it's looking quite bad. And we essentially don't want, if you're bullish on this, you essentially don't want to see this low broken. You want this monthly to flip green. And you ideally want to get a monthly closure back above $17.80. Now, the issue with that is bulls have a lot of work to do. in 2 weeks. A lot can happen, but as it stands, it's not good. Out of curiosity, let's see how the quarterly is looking. And we can just see here the quarterly, not a lot of data with this 34, but there is enough with this 9 and 21. And we can see here this essentially, is basically under the quarterly EMA 9 now, which isn't good. That's never a good sign, especially in a quarterly. And also we can see that, this can turn a lot more ugly, especially with how this rejected here. This is forming a pretty big candle body that could easily take us down to $10, in my opinion. The reason I'm mentioning this 3-month chart is because it does correspond nicely with the monthly closing in 14 days. So that is something to consider, especially when we're on, the third red candle. In my opinion, this could easily be the, capitulation style like candle. We'll have to come back to this, but when did we start breaking down? Well, we formed this like evening star right here. This was disgusting, and then we basically have just been forming lower highs ever since. Even on this pump up, we still formed a lower high here, and we'd have to assume that we were going to probably form a lower low, just because of how everything else is looking. So we'll have to see closely. Lower low wouldn't be good. It means that this $2 range is broken. Probably something bad has happened in crypto, in my opinion. But overall, it's not the best looking chart. Before I go, I'm just going to look at the 5-day, just kind of maybe if there's some hopium there. And so what we see here with the 5-day, which I think is interesting, is we have this hammerhead usually marks a local bottom. What you'd want on this 5 days, you'd really want this you'd want this to deviate back up, close at least back above this green EMA, which is the 100. And then ideally we get to at least test this $19.50 range again, which is the SMA 200. Getting back above there would be a welcoming sign, but then we can't disregard this breakdown. If you guys see closely here, we essentially broke down this meme support range, and then we've essentially just been chopping under it. This just because it moves like Bitcoin, this would be funny if we got a pump, got everyone bullish, got above the moving averages, and then just rejected here. This is the deviation, and then that's the bearish retest. To me, that is exactly that's what we had drawn up actually when I first went on this chart, was this short setup. And so this still wouldn't surprise me. We have to watch closely, but unless it breaks down now, this wouldn't surprise me too much. Especially since this last, on the 5-day at least, the last lower high is here. So even if it rallies up all the way up here, the hopium is, well, we're back above the major moving averages. But the way this trades is very choppy and volatile and predatory. Just like here, we got above everything, then rejected the mean line, front ran it slightly, rejected, and then broke down. So watch something with this scenario. We are in a range though. $14.55 is support, and $20 and roughly 60 cents is resistance. Until then, it's kind of in no man's land. And you'd want, either if you're bearish, to watch $14.50 to, lose. And then we'd want this to actually flip with support back into resistance. So in my opinion, 2 scenarios. This either happens or we do trap longs again, get out all the shorts sweating. We aggressively move up from here, which, would be a nice 36% move. That'll definitely get longs trapped. This will give us the feel to actually break down hard, or we actually just here reject this EMA 100, something like this. So with scenario 1, or we actually reject right here, which could line up with crypto breaking down. We break down, rally up, and then this was massive support flipped into resistance, giving us that move down. These are the 2 scenarios I see on this chart. So very
nice
times.
Very nice. I got a great one for you, Alex, right after Dogecoin.
Oh, how lovely.
And the best part, the question is serious. It goes, do you think Dogecoin, on top of the chart, obviously, is a good investment long term, or just a meme coin? I guess we'll answer that as soon as we get there.
To be fair though, 99.9% of shitcoins make lower lows after every single cycle if they've been around for more than one cycle. Dogecoin is one of the few coins that's been making higher lows every single cycle.
And if Donald Trump wins, doesn't get murdered, and Elon Musk really makes it into the cabinet, his whole fucking stick with
The Department of Government Efficiency.
That's Doge. So yeah, I think it does have a chance, which I hate. I hate myself for saying it, but it does have a chance either. So let's get to it. Thank you, boys. Bueno, vamos a empezar con Mara. Lo tenemos en los 3 meses. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses para que tengan idea, y obviamente tenemos nuestros niveles por acá. Pero quiero que vean exactamente esta vela. Esta vela es una vela de ¿qué? Una vela de tope, y una de las velas de tope más fuertes que he visto en toda mi vida, sobre todo en una gráfica trimestral. ¿Dónde tienes una confirmación de que esto fue un tope? Con este cierre de acá. ¿Dónde tienes una doble confirmación que eso fue un tope? Con este cierre de acá en abril del 2022. Eso te dijo que este fue el tope. Y no ha fallado, porque hasta ahorita no hemos podido ni siquiera romper este alto. Estamos más abajo acá y acá. Pero mucha gente dirá, pero Alejandro, estamos en una tendencia alcista muy clara que viene por acá. Vale, tío, pues te pongo esto rápido. En la trimestral, estás abajo el promedio de los 9. En este momento, Mara está cotizando en 16,16. El promedio de las 9 está en casi 17. El promedio de las 21 está en 18,21. Estando bajo estos estos promedios en una gráfica trimestral, o sea, no hay nada que grite más bajista que eso, pero bueno, vamos a dejarlo pasar. Cuando volteamos a ver la mensual, podemos ver que es lo mismo. Tienes esta vela de tope que te lo dijo y tienes todas las confirmaciones del mundo. No pudiste romper este alto con esto, así que atentos. Nos vamos a acercar, pero solamente para que vean la acción. Podemos ver por acá que estamos siendo rechazados por el 21, el 55, el 9 y el 100 ha rechazado todo este movimiento. Esos son promedios, obviamente. Lo que normalmente decimos que es una tendencia bajista es simplemente estar abajo del 9 por 2 meses, y este es el segundo mes. Tienes tu cierre en 2 semanas, así que también tienes que entender eso. Pero para toda la gente que es alcista en esta acción, y voy a quitar esto para no distraerlos, podemos ver cómo estamos en una tendencia alcista. Tienes bajos más altos y más altos y altos más altos, menos acá. Este pudo haber sido acá tu desviación básicamente de esto. Y eso te diría que, Nel, padre, eso probablemente esté jodido. Cuando nos acercamos a la semanal es un poco de lo mismo y podemos notar el mismo tipo de tendencia, pero personalmente yo creo que tu siguiente indicador para la baja va a ser romper esta línea para arriba. Yo la pondría, esta paralela, porque claramente la ha respetado 1, 2, 3 veces. Y la cuarta vez que la toque va a ser mucho más débil esta línea y va probablemente a romper. Y yo creo que esto va a pasar por acá de los 14.21 por simplemente esta, ¿cómo se dice? La confluencia que existe con esta línea. Cuando prendemos indicadores vemos que hasta en la semanal estamos, el 9 cruzó por abajo el 21, ya cruzó por abajo el 55 y ahora va a cruzar por abajo el 100. Fue rechazado por el promedio de los 100. Seguimos para abajo en lo que el S&P 200 sigue subiendo y probablemente el precio vaya a seguir separándose de ello. En la diaria, vamos a ver qué tenemos por acá en la diaria. En la diaria es un poco de lo mismo y estamos viendo cómo estás creando bajos más bajos. Aquí es donde te pone ya la tendencia un poco más agresiva a la baja. Estás arriba del 9, pero estás abajo del 21 y es donde se está peleando justo el precio. Pero viendo lo que vimos en la mensual, semanal, etcétera, nosotros creemos que el escenario más probable sean 2. 1, que vengas a retestear estos, tener a todo el mundo ya super bullish, hacer un alto más bajo e irte para abajo. Ese sería el primer caso. O el segundo caso que tenemos podría ser que que pierdas esto, se vaya directo para acá abajo, venga a retestear esta línea y de aquí vaya a seguir para abajo. Eso es a lo que nosotros le damos más probabilidades de que siga pasando con Mara en vez de que siga subiendo. Y atención, que esta es una acción de cripto, así que algo importante que tener en mente. Vámonos con Rivian, como de que no, y Farhan nos va a llevar a ello. Let's get it. Rivian.
Rivian, our favorite electric car company.
That's motherfucking right, son.
If only the stock price knew what a monthly uptrend looked like.
If only it did, for real. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
We got to get the Saudis to buy a considerable ownership of it, and then maybe you can perform.
Well, the ironic part of that is the Saudis, like the first investor that gave him a lot of money is Saudi.
Have you heard that one meme on crypto Twitter? Whenever prices are going up, they're like, Saudis are buying.
No, no, I haven't seen it. Damn it! You gotta share one with me.
Saudis were buying right here. Saudis were buying right here. And then they sold.
Right there. No, I mean my boy did really, really well with it, but he's still a little bit in it.
Have you ever met RJ?
Yeah.
How's
Brilliant dude. Brilliant dude. Like legitimately, the moment I met him, because my friend introduced me to him when they launched on the LA Auto Show. And after talking to all of them, they also had like one of the main designers at McLaren and all that stuff. After talking to all of them, I was like, this is gonna be insane. And seeing the truck and knowing what they've done, because my boy that's Saudi, he's in the car conglomerate business and they own a mega brand that no one would expect. I was like, all right, these guys know what they're doing. So that's why I'm so adamant that this is going to go really well. On top of the branding that they've built, the great quality of the truck, the fact that Belen wants another one, like that puts a lot of weight on my analysis to it.
The closest thing I've ever come toward to meeting in that
RJ?
space is Mate Rimac. And dude made me feel absolutely retarded.
Well, he's very, like, Mate is legitimately fucking smart. He knows how smart he is, and he's cocky, which I like.
I also met the MSO guy. I just can't remember his name. He's this British dude.
George? Did you meet George, or did you meet
the guy who's in charge of the allocations?
When he was bald, James.
Yes, James. I met James. Yeah, that dude was kind of an asshole in person. I'm not gonna lie.
He is, because when I said I want to get the Speedtail, whose dick do I have to suck? The way that he introduced to me when I was at McLaren in England, he's like, "I'm the guy you asked to suck his dick." I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm the guy that gives the allocations." And I go,
that's not gay at all, bro. It's not gay at all.
I was like, that's not gay. That's pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, that's James Burke. No, James. I'll figure it out. I'll tell you.
These British guys are a little on the zesty side.
Oh yes, they all are, and their humor is so dark, and no one understands it, and everybody just stares.
You make fun of their accent for like 5 seconds, and then they start making fun of school shootings.
Well, how can they not? And obesity.
Like, damn, bro. Okay, we were just having some lighthearted humor at your accent.
God damn it, dude. Fuck.
Now you're gonna joke about children dying.
Well, we did say something about their fish and chips, so we deserve it. Go ahead.
Hey, to be fair, that shit is disgusting. All right, so on the monthly on Rivian, we've lost the 5 EMA, which we held it as resistance before on this move from $8, and then we based off of it, and we rejected this meme line. So right now, after we've lost the 5 EMA, we're, our next logical target is going to be this top blue 38.2% zone, which right now is sitting at $10.40. Very likely this area doesn't hold, and the reason why I don't think it holds is because we're already reaching extremes on our HBDR momentum. So there's not much more that it can go from here. On the next monthly open, very likely this flips down. And once we have momentum flipping down with volatility flipped up, almost certainly we're going to break this 38.2 zone and we're going to test the median. And if we go to the median, right now it's sitting at $7.62, which is going to be below our previous all-time lows. But very likely it moves up a little bit on the next monthly open, and it's probably going to come somewhere around here, around $8 to $9 area. That is going to be the absolute last piece of hopium that any type of bull can find, because if it doesn't hold that area, almost certainly with 61.8% chance we're coming down to the bottom 38.2 zone, and right now that level is sitting at $5.50. So that is how much of a drop from here? Another 58, 59% down. not too bad. But statistically likely, we're very likely to come down to somewhere between this $10 number and this $8 to $9 number. That is going to be the area where the bulls have to step in and make another higher low, so that this trend can continue towards the upside, and we can go towards this top meme line here around this 21 EMA, around $20 to $22. But I wouldn't bet on it. I would bet because that would be going against the trend. The trend right now is to the downside. Very likely this is our next lower high, and we're going to continue trend towards the downside and hit this $5.50 number. Because you got to remember, the trend is your friend until the end. And right now the trend is down. Generally, it's very unwise to be trading against the trend. To go to the quarterly, oh my god, that quarterly candle looks disgusting. This is one of the nastiest looking shooting star candles I've ever seen. We have literally no body. This candle looks like a sword. You guys see that?
Oh yeah.
There's your handle, there's the guard, and there's the sword. I guess we gotta instead of shooting star, we gotta make a term for the sword candle. But we're rejecting our 5 EMA. Not only that, but we're breaking down below this candle's close. If we close below this candle's close, which is $13.42, very likely this whole move gets retraced and we revisit these lows, which we were looking at before on the monthly chart, and that would be somewhere around $8.50. Very likely that area doesn't hold, because if we look at our momentum indicators, we're at very extreme levels on the quarterly and the monthly. So there's only so much more for it to go. It's going to have to flip down in the next monthly and quarterly open. And if you have a downwards momentum with a shooting star candle or a sword candle, the only thing you can say is, or the only thing that you can logically say is that price is going to continue going down. And since the overall trend is towards the downside, it gives you a very high confidence position that price is going to go down, and then we're going to continue this trend, because the quarterly looks even worse than the monthly. This literally has like no bounces at all. Every single bounce tops out at the 5 EMA. Like right here in July of 2023, we went up to like the 27s or the $28 area, rejected the 5 EMA, rejected the 5 EMA here, rejected the 5 EMA here. And on this bounce, like sure, this was a significant bounce. This was very tradable. This was around 128% bounce. Still, we rejected the 5 EMA. Not only that, but we're rejecting this meme line as well now. So it's looking very bearish. I'm trying to find some hopium. I can't really find it at all. All I'm seeing is that trend continuation towards the downside. Here's one piece of hopium that I can find, is that the weekly is now above the median. And the last time the weekly closed above the median was over here in April of 2024, when price went from $10 all the way up to $18.68. What is this price? $18.86. So we're getting that again. We haven't gotten that in the longest time, and we're getting a little bit of a bounce from there from the median. We're back basing off of it and bouncing. So if we do get a weekly close like this, we still have 4 days and 5 hours to go. Our next logical target based off of the HPTR probabilities is going to be this top 38.2 zone, which is right now at $15. But that would still be another lower high in this overall downtrend. That would be another lower high. We would mark another high here, possibly tap this 55 EMA at $15.58. That would be another lower high, reject it, and then we would very likely break these previous lows over here at around the 61.8% level at $10. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce, retest this meme line at $11 and was this 70 cents? Yeah, $11.87. We would reject that, and then we would end up breaking these lows over here, which is right now right around the 95% zone at $8. So no matter what, like I'm looking at multiple different time frames, and it's looking extremely bearish. Let me check the RSI.
There's going to be so many bearish divergences. No one will be able to quantify these motherfuckers.
Yep, there's multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence here on the RSI. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not looking good, bruvs. It's not looking good. We're rejecting this the middle zone of the RSI after rejecting the bullish control zone, and now our next target is going to be the bearish control zone. And the bearish control zone sits at $9.58. This is going to go up after the next weekly open. probably going to be right around that $10 number we were looking at before, where we get a little bit of bounce around $10, probably go up towards the $11.50 to maybe $12, reject from there, and then we're going to have our move with volatility down towards the bearish critical zone. Right now, the bearish critical zone, it doesn't even tell you what price it is because it's so impossible, so crazy low. It tells you impossible right now for the bearish critical zone. But that bearish critical zone is probably going to be somewhere around that $5 number we were looking at before. And if we were to sweep our previous $8 lows and go another $3 below to $5, that's when the narrative is going to switch to Rivian is going to zero. They're going to go bankrupt and they're going to zero, like how we had way back when they were hitting $8.
Mm-hmm.
People and Elon was tweeting about how Rivian
we're going to go to zero.
We're going to go to zero, so we're going to get that come back out again. And then at that point, you know, with how the market works, the market likes to fuck over the main narrative. So probably going to get a very significant bounce from there. And imagine if it goes from $5 to $100.
I mean, I personally don't think it's ever going to reach its all-time highs because simply they've created more shares and diluted the shareholders as a whole. But I do think it's very, very, very real that we can make it to at least $40 to $57, like easy.
And one other piece of hopium is that while we do have this hidden bearish divergence, our volatility is dropping off on this whole move down. So this is more of a corrective move than it is an actual like impulsive move, as long as the volatility is going down. But at the next monthly open, if we do end up continuing to play out this divergence, this volatility is probably going to start ticking back up. But we don't know that until it happens. We're just speculating that the volatility is going to tick up. Because if the volatility doesn't tick up, then we're probably not going to that $5 number, because we would need volatility support to get there. And that's like I want to see a 70% drop from here. So we would definitely need volatility to support that. It is, close to it's like a 60-something% drop. So we would definitely need volatility support. And as long as volatility is contracting, we're not going to be able to get that type of a move. And if we look at this indicator right here, this is the accumulation distribution. Every single time that we were in the accumulation phase is when the price was going up. You see right here, price is going up on our lower highs. And now every time we switch into a distribution phase, the price started going down. Distribution right here. And now we're entering a fresh phase of distribution at this point right here. Not only that, but
it seems like a downtrend in the distribution phase too.
Yep. Like lower high.
And the reds are lower red on the top right. Yeah.
What happens next? You guys know how a trend works. We're probably going to break these lows here.
What happens next? We get fucked in the ass. That's what happens next.
With no lube.
Nope. It goes right directly into your ass.
Have you ever seen that one conference with the guys from Bitstamp where they're like, what does wrecked mean? Wrecked means fucked in the ass.
No, I need to look it up.
So funny. 5-day confirmed 3 triads of hidden bearish divergence. Not only that, but shoulder, head, shoulder. It's not looking good, bruvs.
Yeah, it seems fucked.
Bearish control zone, $9.54. 3-day, we tried to make an attempt for some hidden bullish divergence, but it was invalidated with a local top here. Shoulder, head, shoulder. It's not looking good. Bearish control zone, $10.98. Confirmed bearish divergence right here. My laptop is dying. Let me grab the charger.
Sounds good. I'll jump into this one. Vale, pues, tíos, tenemos Rivian y lo primero que quiero hacer es ponerlo en la de 3 meses. Creo que es algo importante. Ahí les va. ¿Por qué es importante? Obviamente tiene esta gran tendencia bajista, pero cuando hablamos de Candlestick Theory, la teoría de las velas, pueden darse cuenta. Es que no sé ni siquiera si pueden ver esta vela. Déjenme elimino esto. No sé si pueden ver esta vela, pero esta es una vela trimestral. Y esta es una vela trimestral literalmente de tope, de las más toperas que he visto en mi vida. ¿Lo pueden ver ahí? Sí. Que parece una espada, ¿no? La espada de He-Man. Esto Con que tenga una confirmación la próxima vela trimestral de cierre abajo de los 12.70, esto está en la mierda, ¿ok? Todavía le faltan 14 días y 5 horas. Eso quiere decir 2 semanas más para cerrar esta vela de 3 meses. Y si no tiene un alzadón potentón, digamos, arriba de los... No, es que aquí todavía lo formaría. Por ahí de los $15 no se vería nada bien. Los voy a llevar rápidamente a la mensual para que también lo puedan ver en la mensual. Espérame. Discúlpame. Un segundo, papi. Trimestral. Y aparte queremos ver nuestros promedios. Nuestro promedio en las trimestral, que es el único que tenemos, es el de la 9, está arriba en los $23. Ni siquiera hemos hecho un intento para poder llegar a él, para que tengan eso en mente cuando estamos analizando Rivian. Vámonos a la del mes. Rivian está cotizando, por cierto, para todos los que solamente están escuchando y no poniendo atención a su Dios, algo que qué falta de respeto. Está cotizando en 13.55. El promedio de las 9 está en 14.35 y el de los 21 está en 20.88. Estamos viniendo claramente en una clara tendencia bajista. Puedes ver cómo estamos haciendo, ¿no? Mínimos y mínimos más bajos y te está haciendo altos, altos y altos más bajos. Aunque puede haber el argumento de que porque empezamos acá estás creando una tendencia alcista, pero aquí es donde tenemos que preocuparnos porque este alto de los 18.93 puede ser el equivalente a este en los 24.52 o a este en los 28 antes de los 41. Entonces, estás formando altos más bajos oficialmente en una tabla mensual. Abajo el promedio de las 9, ¿no? Que lleva llevamos 2 cierres abajo de él. Vamos a ver cómo se da pero eso sería una confirmación de que Rivian está en un mercado bajista de acuerdo al sistema que utilizamos por acá. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, un poco de la misma historia, pero más cerca perdón, un segundito, déjenme simplemente borro esta estupidez. Pero acá es un poco más notable. Podemos ver que intentamos trepar el promedio de los 21, el de los 9, rechazos brutales y estamos justamente abajo del promedio de los 21. Cuando Farhan nos enseñó ahorita todos sus indicadores, volatilidad y momentum, todo esto va para abajo con un objetivo en la semanal de los $7.50. Eso nos pone abajo de los últimos mínimos que están en $8.26, lo que no sería absolutamente nada bueno. Y pueden ver esto. También aparte en la semanal, en la tabla de 5 días, hay varias divergencias bajistas escondidas en el RSI y de nuevo estamos simplemente peleándonos con promedios y no podemos subirlos. Vamos a ver en la diaria cómo vamos, porque les había dicho el último día, el viernes que hicimos esto, que no queríamos cerrar abajo del promedio y cerramos justamente abajo del promedio. Ahorita estamos justamente peleándonos con el promedio de las 9 y probablemente vaya a ser un rechazo en los 13.56. Así que ojo, ahí está el promedio de las 9, pero normalmente lo que vienes a retestear son los 13.74, que es el promedio de los 21. Tenemos un corte plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja en la diaria. Vamos a ver si en la mensual ya también. No, la mensual no. Pero en la diaria sí, lo que hace pensar que probablemente esta tocada en la 9 vaya a ser el rechazo que te lleva al siguiente punto. Y acuérdate, tienes esta ineficiencia, déjame quito mis líneas. Acá este es un gap que tiene que llenar el precio. Y este gap está en los $12. Entonces, mínimo, probablemente vas a venir a buscar esos $12. Y de ahí estás creando el alto más bajo que un bajo más bajo que y pues bueno, la fiesta se volvería un poco mala copa para todo el mundo y nadie se la pasaría bien. Pero Rivian se ve bajista, por más que queramos una acción, no podemos enamorarnos de ella, de la compañía sí, porque no creo que se vaya a bancarrota, pero esto no pinta bien simplemente viendo las tablas. Pueden verlo acá, movimientos bajistas, un nuevo mínimo y probablemente vayamos a hacer otro mínimo por acá, lo que daría una formación de hombro, cabeza, hombro nueva y mucho más grande y explosiva a la alza cuando se dé, pero por ahora Rivian no pinta bien. All right, Alex, let's do this. You got Dogecoin, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Dogecoin. Elon.
Where's the guy? Here we go. There we go. Yeah. So let's go.
Yeah, I mean, so Dogecoin, you guys have to remember this coin mainly moves off narrative, and that's kind of it only. And so I remember back in 2023, the hype was that X payments were coming out. They were gonna, add Dogecoin to it, or it somehow be integrated into X. So far, we haven't heard much from that. And now, with Elon definitely becoming buddies with Trump, and Trump also favoring crypto as well, starting his own project. The hopium could be that, yes, people start front running that narrative potentially, and that's probably what would happen. Narratives like to be front ran because markets are forward thinking always. And so that is like what the next big narrative could be. But as it stands now, in analyzing this chart, it's very interesting because, we did make a low here and then a high, and then Farhan is right. We never broke this low. So then we had a nice pump up, and then what we see now on this 2 week, I like viewing the 2 week for Doge and then the 5 day as well. Because we're working with not that much data, but with what we have here, it's not looking the best. We have this fresh cross, and we can see where the 55 lies now. It wouldn't take much to silver cross this, but it's still not silver cross. The 55 is lining up nicely with this meme resistance here. And also another point I added here was this EMA 5, just out of curiosity. And we can see here it's heavily down now, even below the 34, and it's rejecting it. That's not a good sign. When you see this fast moving average just fall totally below everything else, and then we have this fresh cross as well. The hopium here is right now on this EMA 100, which, keep in mind, it populated in 2023. So there's not that much data. And that's why, I personally wouldn't put a lot of weight on this, but we are still above it. Now, this is kind of like the last line on this 2 week chart is we are still above that. But, considering there's not much data and there's not much, reactions from this point, I'm not really looking at that. And so like with this cross that we have here, the last time Doge crossed to the downside was right here. And we can see, very much like what we see now, which is basically this green EMA 5. We were basically rejecting it. And then, the 34 was holding, we fell below it. And then, we essentially crossed the 21 above the 9. And then that kind of just exasperated the downtrend lower. Is that what we're seeing now with Dogecoin? Unsure. But right now, it rejected where it needed to reject. This 2 week has 6 days left to close, and this could turn into an ugly candle. Since we've tested this support one time here, this is big support on Doge. It's right at that, 8.3, 8.9 level. That's kind of where you'd want it to hold, because if not, we will have a fast reaction down to that 7.062. And I would expect some reaction there, it either being a bearish retest of this 8.3 level, or, breaking down and actually going right back down to range lows, testing these lows, which, wouldn't be the best. But, as it stands, that is what I see on Doge. We also have BBWP curving up on the 2 week, and the move is happening. So, this last 2 week candle basically flipped this up. So volatility and momentum are expanding while the trend is still down on Doge as well. It's like very much like Bitcoin. We never broke the low here, but we also can't break the high. So we're just in that, weird gray zone in a downtrend where you're going to get chopped, and it's going to trap a lot of people, unaware of that, in my opinion. But this cross is fresh. And if we're looking at Doge, I like to look at the BTC pair as well. This is, it weighted against Bitcoin. And what we see here is, this was a big range that Doge was holding. This was massive support. I haven't really updated this chart in a long time, but now what I see here is, we've totally flipped it, and we're now rejecting it into resistance. The next zone is pretty low. You could argue here creates a range, a support range potentially, if we just take this last wick high rejection as well. But it still has a ways to come down, especially in this gray zone here. There's not much data. relative to just the chart and how long it's been around. So, what we have now is the 2-week looking pretty rejective on Doge BTC, while the USDT pair is also looking pretty bad. And this 2-week could get heavy. Heavy in the regards, it could easily churn into, one of these massive girthy candles where this green, flips red, almost like here, forming almost like a topping candle at a major point, after losing the moving averages and then rejecting it. Now that's the 2-week. I want to see how the daily looks as well. And the daily solidifies that this is basically an important spot. Right now, Doge bulls on the daily want to see this, area hold right at, 9795. Then they can argue that this is trying to form structure to actually break this high here at 11,521. The first point of strength, in my opinion, will be something like this, where if we can ideally break, this high that Doge essentially formed a few days ago, while also deviating back up and holding support here, maybe it comes down, does something like this, pumps up, and then breaks it. To us, then we could argue it's forming some kind of, inverse head and shoulders here, potentially, but that's all just, speculation, unconfirmed right now. This is the last point, though, where Doge wants to bounce. This is kind of where you need it to bounce. We can see every time it hasn't held this support range, the reactions are pretty big, even on a wick basis. So ideally, if we do break down, that is something, you'd want to watch. Is this low not getting taken out? If it does, there's probably a lot of stops, people thinking they're catching the bottom. It'll probably just make the move more, and then we have this support range here. So that's kind of what I see on Doge. It's still on a downtrend on the daily as well. I mean, just clearly making lower lows and lower highs. It stopped here, like in Bitcoin, but still looks like another lower high, even on the weekly as well. I think it's more evident on the weekly. And we now have that cross on the week, it was the 2-week, which, isn't something that you want to see if you're a Doge bull, especially with, I know Elon might do something with Doge, but also in my experience, anytime Elon fucks with crypto, it usually ends pretty bad. I guess you could say the same maybe with Trump, because we kind of topped out right around that when he went to the conference, which conferences on Bitcoin alone are pretty toppy in itself, mixing in Trump. But yeah, I mean, in my experience, Elon mixing with crypto hasn't been the most bullish. Maybe short term, yes, but overall, it's been pretty bad. And we all can't forget the basic top tweet he gave everyone back in last bull market. So, I mean, overall, that's kind of what I see. Not really strong, fresh cross. It has bearish momentum for sure. This BBWP can still go up a ways, it still easily could hit extremes. Out of curiosity, wonder how the daily is. The daily is resetting. So, that's interesting to see, especially when Doge is looking like it's basically hanging on to life support as it stands. And this cluster, this EMA cluster, is pretty strong.
And on the daily, your 9 went underneath the 21, right? Like freshly, literally, like today. Oh, no, wait.
No. So it's unconfirmed. I mean, right here's the 9 and the 21. It's unconfirmed, but as it stands right now, it is still above. I am curious, though, because on the 2-week, I can't populate the EMA 100. But, this would be very interesting to see, like, where, if we do get a pump, how far it takes us, and do we just reject this? It's very much like the same setup I saw on Bitcoin, where, you notice the reaction after losing this, because we did reclaim it, and then we lost it here, straight down. And then we've been kind of consolidating here. It would be kind of funny if we did, on the lower time frames, break the structure to an uptrend, go up, and then this essentially will come down. This will be the first time we've hit it, and then the move gets exasperated more, and this actually does reject it. It's literally the same setup on Bitcoin we had just yesterday, so that is something I'm watching as well, potentially, especially when seeing the daily EMA 100. And then I'm curious if we throw the estimate 200 on. I don't think it's going to go up to there, so I don't think it's relevant. But why these two is because, now we have the EMA 100 crossing the 200, giving this more momentum, to reject essentially, this going back up to the SMA 200 would be a very hard thing to do for Doge as it stands right now. We need one of those Elon pumps. And then the question is it sustainable? Is it just like a pump and dump? And that's what we'd have to see. So if you do see a big, candle on Doge, the first thing I'm going to do is just flip to the daily and watch the reaction here, because, we still haven't been proven that this is resistance. We did deviate and fall down, but, overall, I still would be watching this zone. If you get any kind of pump ups into it, assuming we don't break down here, this could make for a nice bull trap potentially. But Doge is bearish. It doesn't look good. And its 5-day chart looks pretty bad. And this is closing today. So this will be kind of interesting to see where it closes. If I take the 100 off here, what's interesting is to see the 5 holding on the 5-day at the EMA 5. So for me, maybe a point of maybe this is going to break down sooner is if we lose if we actually get a 5-day closure under the EMA 5. To me, then this would just be a deviation to bad topping candle, exasperated move down with this could turn into a large candle body wick before the end of the day, and it's not really getting supported by Bitcoin being strong. So yeah, that is something to consider, especially since this is closing today. I'd be watching to see if we close above this EMA 5 or if we reject and come down and then deviate it, and then this kind of puts more weight on the BTC pair as well. Not the best sign here as well. So, overall, not a strong chart. I don't really watch Doge too much. I don't really analyze it, update the charts, but as it stands, it's not looking strong. And it can if it wants to, but even at just hitting its daily EMA 100 would be a massive level. That still would be a humongous move, and it would get everyone bullish again on Doge. I'm sure it'd come out. It'd probably happen by some tweet or some announcement with Elon, but especially when you have like a major moving average on a daily and price hasn't hit it yet, you have to assume the first half is going to give you some kind of reaction always.
Oh yeah.
The question is just how far is it? Is it sustained down? Or is it just going to come down to form a potential higher low in the lower time frame? So
it seems to me like even though you guys don't use on your system the 55, the average, the 55 to trade it on, that it's just fucking the 55 is doing all the rejecting.
I use the 55.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, the 55 is just absolutely just going like nope, the 3 times that it's touched it. So I mean, the first thing would be just beating that before we even get excited about the 100. And he's just making a lower low, and especially when you look at the pattern, right, on the daily. So, and also, by the way, if you were a brilliant trader on the last cycle, when Elon went to SNL and Dogecoin did that high, that was the top of the market. That literally was the top of the market. So this time around, I'd expect that. Have we made a higher high this time around? No. Oh, no. Oh,
yeah.
No.
So the main reason why on crypto I don't like trading up to 55, especially with alts too, is because even on the Doge BTC pair, it kind of shows it nicely where oftentimes you'll get those liquidity grabs and it always ends up wicking a little higher. The issue with the 100 versus the 55 is it's more than half of it. So theoretically you would hit it first, but that's why I like using the 34 more. I use that while Farn uses the 55.
You're
like
pre-running it. Yeah. I'm starting to understand your disgusting habits, people. And it makes me sick to my stomach. All right. You have nothing to do, right, Farn? I haven't given you anything afterwards. So I'll give you Enovix and sorry, there's a lot of weird things instead of just
Can you hear that dog in the background?
I can. Is that around you? Yeah.
I think it's our neighbor's dog.
But very loud today in Mexico.
Well, in Mexico, we like our French poodles to bark all day in the apartment while they're alone all fucking day and night. Yeah, that's what we do.
You know what happened to us yesterday? One of the maintenance workers for the apartments came up to us and he was trying to tell us in Spanish. He was like, "You guys need to move your truck. We've told you several times to move your truck." And I'm trying to tell this dude, like, we don't have a fucking truck. What are you talking about?
We told you many, many times, especially me, but normally, and also just so you know, and this is not everyone, most of the guards in those buildings are always drunk.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that would make a lot of sense.
he may not remember who he was talking to.
And then
Just
the
so you
landlord
know.
hits me up. The landlord is like, yeah, so here's the messages I got from security, and you guys need to park in the proper place. And I'm telling him, I was like, dude, we don't have a truck.
I don't know how to put this. I don't know how to tell you this, but we don't have a truck.
No, we're
You're
not
like, I don't
Do we
even
look-
live
do
in
we-
this country.
Do we look like truck people?
we're not truck guys.
I'll say this. If I'm just looking at your face, I'd say yes. In Mexico, yes. It's different than America. Okay.
True.
Raptor S people?
Yeah. I'm not saying you have like a fucking Maverick, right? I'm just saying you do look like a truck person right now. So one of you is doing Enovix and the other one is ISRG. Or as we pronounce it, ESR.
I saw that at
ISRG.
the LA Auto Show.
ISRG?
No, the Raptor S.
Oh, fucking epic truck. Hang on. All right.
I also saw it in Monterey.
Oh, yeah. We were driving around like dicks. That was fun. I'll bring this on. All righty. Dogecoin. Y la pregunta con Dogecoin es buenísima, ¿no? Un segundo, déjenme ver dónde está. Mara, perdón, hay muchísimas preguntas en el chat que no tienen absolutamente nada que ver con esto, no sé por qué. Aquí está. Y pregunta Armando, tío, ¿cómo ves Dogecoin a largo plazo o solo es un meme? Bueno, vamos a empezar con el largo plazo. ¿Qué te parece? Para poder poner esto literalmente tal cual enfrente de tus ojos y que lo puedas ver sin problema alguno. ¿Cómo vemos Dogecoin a largo plazo? Estas son velas de 3 meses. Este fue el pico del ciclo pasado, que fue cuando Elon fue a SNL. Y esto fue el pico de este ciclo. Como cualquier moneda de este estilo, está desapareciendo, está por abajo del promedio del 9, sobre todo en una gráfica de 3 meses, lo puedes ver ahí. Tranquilo, ¿no? Puedes ver cómo esto fue mentira y ahora vamos para abajo. Dogecoin no va a ser el futuro del financiamiento de Tesla. Dogecoin no va a ser la moneda oficial que Elon Musk usa para donar dinero. Dogecoin es un meme, ¿ok? Solamente un meme antes de seguir, ¿ok? Y nunca va a salir de ese estatus. Pueden crear la cantidad que sea, literalmente hacer lo que sea. Vendieron el proyecto a no sé quién carajos. Así que, una vez más, para que quede claro, Dogecoin solamente es un meme. No hay nada más acá que entender de esto, ¿ok? Lo estás viendo ahora. Te lo voy a poner el de un mes para que veas, está siendo rechazado por el promedio de los 21. Voy a acercarme más para que lo veas más de cerca. El 9 está aquí arriba, 21, y ahora vas a ir por el 55, ¿ok? Nada bueno. Lo voy a poner en la semanal para que lo puedas ver de cerca. Voy a quitar mis indicadores para que lo puedas ver mejor. Y acá puedes ver algo claro. ¿Qué estás creando simplemente en el corto plazo desde marzo del 2024? Un poco parecido a Bitcoin. Un alto, otro alto, otro alto, otro alto, otro alto, más bajo. Eso es bajista. ¿Y qué has estado creando desde acá arriba? Un bajo, otro bajo, otro bajo, otro bajo más bajo. Ahora, esta zona es donde todo el mundo está entrando en Hopium y diciendo, güey, ya no hizo un bajo más bajo. Pero ¿qué es lo que notas instantáneamente? Tienes este alto y un alto más bajo. Entonces sigues yendo dentro de la misma tendencia al mismo lugar. Puedes ver que el 21 está aquí arriba, el promedio de las 21. El 9 está acá y lo hemos rechazado cada vez que estamos intentando tocarlo. No, tocamos el 55 una vez después de esta caída, rechazo para abajo. Y el 200 está aquí arriba. No hay tanto que buscarle por acá. Ahora nos vamos a acercar en la diaria para que veas a Dogecoin. Y una cosa que quiero poner y que sea claro es esta línea de tendencia, que viene desde acá abajo hasta acá arriba. Una vez que rompas esta, que probablemente vaya a venir a tocarlo por acá, más o menos en el 863, el punto 0863, vas a irte muy para abajo. Acá estás viendo cómo el 55 te rechaza una y otra vez desde que hubo este cruce acá, desde que hubo este cruce acá en las 21 y 55, un cruce plateado en junio del 2024, y ha estado cayendo constantemente y consistentemente. Así que Dogecoin, digamos, no se ve nada bien. Tienes que romper este alto para empezar a sentirte bien, que está en el punto 1088. Si no puedes romper este alto, yo esperaría que vas a romper este bajo en el punto 0889 y de ahí te vas a ir a buscar este bajo en el punto 0805. Así que Dogecoin no es el futuro de las finanzas, no es el futuro de nada. Es una moneda de meme que no ha podido tocar altos históricos una vez más, ni siquiera cerca, y ahí es donde se quedó. Y probablemente vaya a desaparecer como todas las demás altcoins a cierto punto. Vale, pues, Enovix. Who's got Enovix so we can get it going? You know what? Let me do a shameless plug while you guys pull up Enovix.
Cool.
Vale. Y también a todos ustedes que quieran entrar a Elite Trading Academy, que si quieran hacer parte de, recuerden que es absolutamente gratis. Les voy a poner el enlace del Discord acá para que lo tengan y asegurarme que es el del Discord. Lo es, efectivamente. Un segundo, lo está poniendo en el chatecilla. Y aquí está. Para lo que necesiten, aquí está. Es súper fácil de usar esto de Discord. Acá tienes el nombre de la operación Elite Trading Academy. Acá abajo tienes el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Tienes nuestro chat general donde toda la gente comparte todas sus cosillas con nosotros. Ahí viene una pérdida potente de alguien que se perdió un 56%. Acá tienen Criptolingo para poder aprender todo el lingo de cripto y de trading. También tienen acá los P&L cards, que es cuánta lana han hecho. Por acá mi queridísimo Luigi ha estado sacándole y sacándole y sacándole. Así que bastante bien jugado, señor. También Jex se llevó un 41%. Charlie, bien hecho. Acá para que pidan tablas. Acá abajo es para que vean exactamente qué exchange estamos usando. Aquí tienen BitGet y acá tienen Bluffin. Bluffin es el que te deja usarlo en Estados Unidos, en todo el mundo. No requiere KYC. Los fees son un poco más elevados comparado con BitGet. BitGet no funciona en Estados Unidos, funciona en todo el resto del mundo, pero requiere KYC. Eso quiere decir que te van a pedir identificación oficial para poder registrarte, cuando en BitGet no. Y aquí tienes TradingView, que es lo que usamos para leer las tablas. También tienes enlaces de stream oficiales. Acá tienes noticias, preguntas. Ven a decir hola. Ahí está. Les estoy dejando el enlace por acá para que se unan. Y de nuevo es completamente gratis. Así que si quieren aprender más de trading, ahí se los dejo, mis estimados. Y let's go with Enovix.
Let me check. No, I'm not muted. Nice. All right, so on the monthly on Enovix, we do have, like, to be honest, this isn't a downtrend. We got a high, we got a low, we got a lower high, we got a lower low. This is also another lower high, another lower low. Is this going to be our next lower high? Quite possibly.
I think so. Yes.
So we have this bounce right here, a very significant bounce. This is on percentage-wise. Right now, about 34.5% up in this 1 monthly candle. It's pretty crazy. But as bullish as that might seem, let's hide the price, and you'll see where it's being rejected at right now. Right there at the median, it's being rejected at the median, and it can't make it beyond the median. And the median is currently sitting at $9.97. We have about 14 days and 4 hours left to go, so about 2 weeks before this monthly candle closes. But as long as we're rejecting the median, we have a statistical likelihood of retesting this bottom 38.2 zone, which right now is at about $6.75. And that would sweep these lows here. And very likely, it would break below the 38.2% and it would break down to the 50%, which would be a retest of these lows right here. And that one is currently sitting at $5.83. And at that point, based on how our monthly HBR momentum is looking, where it's breaking down and it's just about to enter into the negative territory, it's at literally zero right now, while volatility is also at literally zero. So once it breaks down and volatility starts ticking up, it's going to have a lot of juice to continue towards the downside. And right now, towards that 50% area, that would be how much of a percent drop from here? Yeah, that'd be about 40% down from here. And whenever we have volatility expansion like we do right here, and we have the HBR momentum breaking down, here's how much of a percentage move we had the last time. About 61.5%. So 40% down doesn't seem like that much of a stretch, considering we have the exact same setup as we did back then. Let's check the quarterly. Quarterly, same thing, massive downtrend. Also possibility to make a bearish engulfing by the end of this close, which is in about 14 days. We'd have to close below $8, and then we'd have a bearish engulfing on the quarterly. When's the last time we had a bearish engulfing on the quarterly? I don't think we ever had one.
No, you've never had one.
So yeah, so that'd be pretty significant. Let's check the weekly. The weekly right now is giving us signs of a little bit of a bounce. We've broken back into the blue 38.2% zone, and we're basing off of it and moving up. But right now, the weekly has a fresh move across the downside. The 21 has just crossed below the 55. So it wouldn't make sense to bounce right here and retest this 9 EMA and make another lower high, which is right now at about $10.46. If not, then if it manages to get above the 9 EMA, the next place I would be looking is the 21, which is around $11 exactly. But one of these two EMAs is where I would expect a rejection and a continuation of trend towards the downside. And after that rejection, I'd be looking somewhere between the 61.8%, which is at $8.45, and the 78.6, which is at $7.77. We're looking at our HBR momentum. It's starting to flip up from extreme lows while volatility is flipping down. That also coincides with us getting a little bit of a bounce. And volatility flipping down with the momentum flipping up tells you that this move towards the upside is going to be a corrective move because volatility is not supporting it. Technically, we would have a target of the median, but it's very likely going to move down because we have about 4 days and 4 hours left to go, and this is a traditional stock, and they don't move very fast. This is probably going to move down to somewhere around the 21 EMA. Right now, the median is at around $11.72. So very likely, it probably is not going to hit that because that would break the silver cross. It would at the very least test the 55, which I don't think is going to happen. I think this median moves down on the next weekly open, probably somewhere around the 21 and $11, or the 55, the 9 at about $10.46. And then we get our test of there based off of the HPR momentum and volatility. Because whenever you have a setup like this, you usually test the median. We get our rejection, we get another lower high, and then continuation of trend towards the downside. Let's check the RSI. On a monthly, quarterly, weekly. There isn't any divergence here on the weekly, but I don't know if you can see this. There's our little shoulder, there's our head, and we're forming our next shoulder right now on this bounce. The logical target would be this middle zone to form our next shoulder. And right now, that middle zone sits at $11.13, right around that $11 for the 21 EMA that we were looking at before. And then we'd have a confirmed head and shoulders, and the measured move from that would be well into the bearish control zone, very close to the bearish critical zone. And right now, the bearish control zone number sits at $6.22, which is how much of it? It's a very significant drop from here. Because it's about like 36 to 35% down from where we are currently. And that would be the minimum target based off of our RSI head and shoulders. Check the 5-day. Same head and shoulders forming on the 5-day, 3-day, basically confirmed head and shoulders on the 3-day, 2-day. Okay, now we found some divergence. We got some bearish divergence. It has been invalidated, but it's working on making that next shoulder for our weekly head and shoulders. The daily, nothing on the daily. Yeah, so it's not much divergence, to be honest. Not really any divergence that we can find that hasn't been invalidated, but we can get a lot of valuable information out of this head and shoulders of the RSI, and that would give us because not right here we're bouncing. We made a local bottom at the edge of the bearish control zone. So the next time we tap it, we're going to go well into the bearish control zone, and that lines up with our target from this RSI, which gives us somewhere around the middle of the bearish control zone, possibly the bearish critical zone. It doesn't even tell you what price it would be right now for the bearish critical zone because it's so insanely down that after it's going to take a couple of weekly opens for this number to actually populate here and tell you what number that would be. I think we can get a rough target based off of fib extension now. It's negative.
No.
It's negative.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. They pay you to hold this shit.
That'd be fucking awesome. Like oil back then.
Let me see if I can get a better target that's not negative. All right. This one makes a lot more sense. It's right under $5, right at $4.83, which would be a sweep of these lows here. Sweep of these lows, and like it would get a lot of liquidity in this move.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect at the very least a little bit of a bounce from here. I'm not saying reversal. I'm saying a little bit of a bounce. Probably we come back to retest these lows over here. And then if we are truly bearish, this is where we would project. And then we're going to make our way down towards below $4.83. Ignore this number. This is currently negative. But we're probably going to go somewhere around, like, I want to say $3, maybe $3.50. That's just pure speculation. That's just me just throwing a number out there because I don't have anything to get target off of from that point. But based off of the weekly silver cross, last time we had a silver cross on the downside was right here. And how much of a percent move did we have? 61.74%. We had one right here. How much of a move down did we get?
Seems like 60s.
Yes. That low to mid 60% number seems to be the average drop whenever we get a silver cross on the downside. Right now, how much have we dropped? We've only dropped like 31%.
Still got double of that. So yeah, that
percent.
Yeah, between four. Yeah. That actually makes sense.
And then 65% brings us below $4 to $3.72. So it's lining up. It's lining up along with our fib target. We're getting the same numbers, and we're getting our head and shoulders on the RSI on the weekly. We're getting multiple different setups, giving us that $4.50 target to $4.60. So it's not looking good, bros. It's not looking good. This is what do they do? Manufacturing? What do they manufacture?
No, batteries.
Oh, they make batteries.
Yeah. So to me, this is a leading indicator for electric cars. It goes ahead of them. So whenever it broke out to the upside, it was letting me know that Rivian, Tesla, and all of the other guys were going to break out to the upside, and they did.
Does Tesla buy from them? I thought Tesla bought from Panasonic.
No. It has nothing to do. It has not so much to do with them. It's mostly like what happens with battery demand in general. These guys make all sorts of batteries, but mostly they're creating brand new batteries that are just made out of salt and like other different elements that last way longer than the other ones, smaller, more efficient, etc. So they're just a smaller battery maker that I believe is going to make it towards the future and kill it. But for right now, batteries, because battery companies just think about it like this. Electric cars are going to need batteries. So they're going to, in order for me to know their production ahead of whatever they're delivering, I need to know how many batteries they bought from other companies. Does that make any sense? So if there's a company that's selling batteries like selling batteries like crazy right now, that's what led me to understand that electric cars were going to start pumping up because no one was registering anything that they were doing positively until afterwards. There's a lag in between those times. That's why I use it. Either way, I'm going to bring this up. And then you did Enovix. You're doing Azar. Alex and then after Azar, gold.
Cool.
All righty. Let me share my screen. Vale, ahora les voy a presentar Enovix, damas y caballeros. Aquí lo tenemos. Voy a quitar mis promedios rapidísimo y lo quiero llevar a la de... No, ¿sabes qué? La mensual te da una mejor fotografía de todo esto. La mensual te lo pone perfectamente y sencillamente para que puedan ver. Lo primero que vemos en este gráfico mensual de Enovix, porque es bastante reciente, empezó en enero del 2021, perfecto timing, es esto. Tienes este alto, con un alto más bajo, con un alto más bajo, con un alto más bajo y además una vela de tope. Y tienes, ¿qué? Un bajo más bajo, un bajo aún más bajo, y acá todavía no te da el bajo más bajo, pero probablemente es lo que siga en esta tabla que estamos viendo. Voy a ponerles rápidamente mis promedios para que vean que estamos abajo del promedio del 9, del 21, y estamos hablando de una gráfica mensual, y lo hemos estado por 1, y este va a ser el segundo mes, y va a cerrar en 2 semanas, para que tengan eso de referencia. Cuando estás abajo de esta por un rato, se considera un mercado bajista para el activo y estamos entrando en un mercado bajista para el activo, ¿no? Es básicamente así de sencillo. En la semanal, los voy a acercar un poco más, discúlpenme, a veces me equivoco con los dedazos. En la semanal tenemos un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross, que es cuando el promedio de las 9 cae por abajo del 55, que es el naranja, y justamente pasa acá. Cada que ha pasado esto, y discúlpenme un segundo, cada que ha pasado esto en la semanal, lo que vemos nosotros es lo siguiente. Vean este tipo de bajadas, ¿ok? Aquí ocurrió, y hasta dónde llegó el precio, un 57, casi 58% para abajo. Acá lo rompió e hizo un 58% para abajo. Acá lo rompió e hizo un 59% para abajo. ¿Ok? Ahora, acá lo hizo y solamente estamos 35% para abajo. Una medida de 60%, que es más o menos eso, nos lleva a 4.54. Y viendo todos los indicadores de Farhan, absolutamente todos, junto con el momentum y la volatilidad, creemos que va a haber un movimiento de rebote, lo que probablemente nos va a llevar al promedio de las 9, por ahí de los 10.44, entre los 11 y los 10.44, para que sea rechazado e ir a buscar nuevos mínimos. Así que esto sería más fácil de jugar en un short en este momento. Simplemente cuando vengas a probar el 9 o el 21, que esté en los 11, básicamente en los 10.99, el 9 está en 10.45. Una vez que vengas a retestear esto, abres tu short y pones un stop loss, digamos en el 55, en los 11.41, y que Dios te bendiga. Es lo que yo haría. Esto tiene cara de que va a bajar a corto plazo. Y los números que sacó Farhan de todo esto oscilan entre los $4 y los 5.50 para el nuevo mínimo que el precio está intentando buscar bajo esos indicadores de volatilidad y momentum que le Farhan. Así que lo tienen, es Enovix. Bajista, bajista, bajista. Y además, cuando volteamos a ver a Rivian, de nuevo, Enovix es un indicador líder comparado con los coches eléctricos. Es algo que nos dice, güey, el consumo de baterías está así. Entonces, atención, atención, tíos. Vamos a ir con ISRG.
Nice. So, I mean, this stock is extremely strong. I mean, as we see here, we use this line as this last rejected high. Usually in very strong uptrends is what you'll see. A clean back test flipped it into support, leading to a new higher high. So now what we have here is potentially an evening star. We have the first candle green, second candle closing right by the low, leaving a medium long candle body wick. But then also I think it could be an evening star because we're getting that follow through on the third candle down. It makes sense too, since this was technically a higher low leading to a higher high. So it makes sense to get some kind of downside consolidation for sure. Now, since this is a very strong chart, I have to look at this mainly on the daily. These vertical lines are essentially where we silver crossed, and it's happened 2 times now, right here and then right here, both giving us very nice expansion moves. So that's what the vertical lines are. Ideally, what we want is essentially this 34 to keep holding. We can see the last major low we made here, it was caught. It was basically caught by the 34. We also formed a bottom right at the daily EMA 34 as well. So to me, it moving up with price is welcoming, because even if price comes all the way back down and hits the 34, currently at $473.95, right around that zone, for $474, $473. Ideally, then this will just be another higher low, leading potentially to another higher high. That's kind of what we've been seeing in the chart. Rallies up, makes a higher high, comes down, finds support at the 34, and it keeps grinding up with price, leading to another expansion move. And then, especially when BBWP is this low, we definitely could have more momentum to go up. A quick move down, even if it catches support at the 21, that would be more likely. But as of now, we would expect this day to close red if this is an evening star, and then we'd want a progression down to maybe form some local top, and then that to me could give us the move down to the 34. But on all time frames, we're essentially above the 9. Bears are also going to argue that this could be some kind of triple top pattern, not the cleanest, not the most reliable. But that is something they'll be looking at as well. But that disregards the trend, which this was the higher high. On all time frames, though, as we see, especially on the weekly, it's becoming more evident how strong this chart is. It essentially just goes up only. And I think this is catching some kind of maybe a high bid. I know this stock's more in the medical industry with like technology and services in that realm. I'm unsure if they're catching some AI bid, but overall, especially on the weekly chart, we can see we haven't really lost this weekly EMA 9 since it got back reclaimed in November 2023. So this essentially has just been a point on the chart where we've always held, and that's currently now sitting at $474.47, which goes back to my reasoning on why. I don't think these moves down are going to be too aggressive. Bears would really have to push it down first under this 34. And then we'd simply look at this 100, which after looking at the weekly, we'd know, okay, well, that lines up right around the weekly EMA 9. Currently is right around the daily EMA 100 is lining up right around the weekly EMA 9. No, the 21, and seeing the reaction here and then the reaction here, we'd have to, regard that as strong support. So basically, even if the chart wants to come down on the daily, we still have massive support, not too far along price, basically. And that's kind of what you'd expect. This chart is strong. It resets BBWP. It wouldn't be the most welcoming sign if that started expanding while this starts breaking down. But as it stands now, we're not really getting a breakdown. We simply just back tested the 9 again. It's holding as support like we've constantly seen it do. And it's just consolidating now. So after making a higher high, that's exactly what you'd want. These two lines just represent the kind of tight range we're in now. Losing this, and it wouldn't be a surprise to me to come all the way back down, the $474. Losing that, will just be a bigger dump. But we have this 100 supporting us. So, that is something, if you're thinking of shorting this based on the triple top, or you think that this chart can't go up more, it definitely can keep going up. And everything on this chart showing us that it's strong. Even if we just go to the quarterly, this was very strong. This was just another macro higher low. We never broke this low. We formed another higher low, and now we've pushed and definitely made a higher high. So this chart's strong, and this is something that's closing in 14 days. It kind of, when you look at the quarterly, it puts it all in perspective. It literally does just go up only. We get these, this was a violent move down for sure. But all this did was form another higher low. So, we haven't really gotten much red. We would, maybe next quarter we get some kind of pullback. But, then we just have to look at a back test. I'm liking how this quarterly 9's lining up right around this level here. Could this be the next higher low opportunity? Maybe. But overall, strong chart on all time frames. Monthly could get a little ugly. And this kind of also keys in the, this is kind of where you would expect some kind of pullback for sure. Ugly in the sense that, we just don't want it to close more down, potentially form a hanging man. If it closes as a doji, that's just indecision. But, bears are looking for this to close as a hanging man, the daily to start rejecting, solidifying potentially the triple top, while also giving this evening star, which, you get evening stars in uptrends that are going to reverse. That's why I think if we do solidify this with breaking the 9 on the daily, this could just lead into maybe a local top that just leads into more consolidation while forming a higher low. You'll know that, price might go down more and test this EMA 100 actually, if we actually break this low. This low is nice because it was formed right at support. We'd also get cautious if we start losing this daily 34. This daily EMA 34 is a big point on the just local trend on the daily that essentially is an area where we definitely want to hold. Losing this will probably solidify or at least be the next step. The next step after losing that will probably be losing this support at $468. And then we'll just look at this 100 as another opportunity. We see every time it's kind of hit it, it's kind of been an opportunity. We haven't hit it in a while. So, any dumps into that, I'm looking as an opportunity, which again corresponds with that weekly 21. So, overall strong chart. Momentum's definitely heavily with bulls. And all this move down, if we get it at all, would just, make BBWP go lower, which will make the breakout potentially be higher. Or if next quarter we do get that breakdown, depending on, let's actually check the quarterly BBWP just out of curiosity. So it is already expanding up, and it's well above 15%. So, solidifies what I'm saying. Momentum's heavily with bulls. So, be on higher low watch, essentially. When you get this very tight uptrend price action, you at least can understand on the daily when things are going to reverse a bit. Right now, though, we're still above the 9. We still have structure. We just formed a higher high yesterday. So, consolidation or pullback, slight pullback, is welcomed by bulls even.
Yeah, and this shit likes to consolidate for like a year and then make explosive moves towards the upside for another years, like a few years, and then just wait for a little year and then make another move up. It's crazy. And the downside is really minimal. Even though it's not minimal, it's a 50% on the worst bear market that we've seen in a long time, which I don't think it's that bad. And then just kept going up. So
yeah,
whatever the fuck this is crazy.
Exactly, because if you back test that theory of just buying this long term and holding, the equity curve would be kind of impressive because your wins supersede your losses just over time. Yeah. I don't, obviously that might change. But I don't know, because it seems like they're definitely getting some kind of bid if that's AI. But then, like you mentioned, this has been kind of going on for, I see the consolidation in 2018, 2019 to that breakout, almost formed like a quarterly bull flag. So. Yeah, very, very interesting company there. Maybe their margins are just through the roof.
They must be, or something. Although the volume is not that strong, but, keeps the price up. AAL for you.
American Airlines.
Oh, that's American Airlines?
Wait, that's the one I'm doing?
That's you, yeah.
No.
Okay. No, yeah, Farhan, you're doing gold.
I thought Alex was doing gold.
No, he just did this one.
Oh, I see. All right, let me change it from American Airlines to gold.
American Airlines looks interesting, actually. I'm surprised I have this clean of a chart. Very simple.
I'll look at it right now. Ok, estamos viendo ISRG, que es una empresa quirúrgica de alguna manera. El precio está en los 491.63. altos históricos. Están viendo mi tabla en una tabla trimestral, donde el promedio de la 9 está literalmente en esta zona de soporte por ahí de los 370. El promedio del 21 está en 296. Esto todavía tiene 14 días para cerrar, pero es un uptrend muy, 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 muy potente. Wow, nunca me da hipo sin comer estas mierdas, no vuelvo a comer estas cagadas. En fin, y podemos ver cómo en la mensual también tenemos muchísima fuerza y seguimos peleándonos con este tope por acá, con estos altos históricos. Es una acción que en verdad solamente parece que va para arriba, aunque de repente tiene sus descuentillos, sigue empujando a la alza a largo plazo. En la semanal podemos ver que tuvimos un cruce plateado acá en abril 23 y eso nos ha llevado literalmente de los 255 a los $491. Muy, muy potente. Yo creo que lo único que podemos ver en la diaria para decir, porque honestamente todo esto lleva mucha fuerza y no tiene cara de que vaya a detenerse, es que en la diaria estamos viendo este tipo de acción. Y esto solo es si sigues Candlestick Theory. Hay mucha gente que está diciendo, güey, aquí tienes un triple tope, 2, 3, ¿no? Y dirán, ahí quedó la cosa. Pero también tienes otra cosa para decir que puede haber una corrección, y eso es esta vela de tope. La cosa es, para que esta vela de tope en verdad tenga efecto, tienes que tener un cierre abajo de los 489. Si no tienes abajo un cierre de los 489 con esta vela diaria, no va a tener cara de que esto se va a intentar ir a la reversa. Siempre y cuando cierres arriba esto y tengas 7 cierres encima de los 489, sobre todo los siguientes 2, es lo que yo diría. No tienes de qué preocuparte. Una de las peores cosas que vaya a hacer es venir a buscar el promedio de las 9, que en este momento está en 487 y va a continuar subiendo siempre y cuando el precio siga empujando a la alza. Pero no hay nada que nos indique que esto se quiera voltear ni que se quiera ir para menos. Entonces pongan mucha atención acá. Esta acción es bastante fuerte, pero se mueve muy lento. Así que bien por todos ustedes que estén en ISRG y bien por ti, mi queridísimo Luis. Vale, vamos con el oro. Como de que no, la cosa favorita de todos los persas, güey, no son persas, son iraníes. Ok. Gold. Golden showers for Farhan.
That's golden showers. I was promised our former president loved golden showers.
Me too. And then he was like, oh no, it turned out that he didn't. What the fuck was that? I was like all about Trump. I like to get pissed on.
And I'm like, shit, say less, sir.
Me too.
All right, so on the monthly, this is looking pretty strong. Peter Schiff is probably creaming his pants checking out this monthly chart, because not only are we in a solid uptrend, but we're holding the 5 EMA the entire way through. And whenever the 5 EMA holds, it's a very significant uptrend. And not after the last time that we retested the 5 EMA, we got this hammerhead candle, and now we're getting some significant expansion towards the upside after that. And what makes this an even stronger move is that we're currently above the 88.3%. We only have an 11.7% chance of continuation from here. So the fact that we're not rejecting and we're still pushing up tells you that gold is insanely strong right now. Our next target would be the 95%, which right now is sitting at $2,821. If we look at our momentum indicators, HPDR momentum is pointed freshly towards the upside, where it tried to move down a little bit. It found support at the moving average, and then it expanded again towards the upside, while volatility is expanding towards the upside as well. So we have volatility support for the momentum move towards the upside. The jewel tried to flip into the red background God mode sell signal, but the pink crossed above the yellow, and now all of them were bunched together. So this is one of your most ideal picture perfect jewel buy signals. And now we're breaking into the bullish control zone. It can stay within this red God mode background for a long time while the oscillator is within the bullish control zone. This is a monthly chart. It can be up there for several months. It can be up there for November of 2019 all the way until, when do we kick out right here? February of 2021. So that's like 2 years within the that we had a red God mode sell signal, and before we ended up breaking out of the bullish control zone, and we broke into the neutral territory. We retested the neutral territory, and then we broke into the bearish control zone. So right now we're just freshly getting this red God mode sell signal, but at the same time we're getting a picture perfect jewel buy signal, where all of them were bunched together and we flipped into this light blue cyan buy signal. So that's telling you that gold is extremely bullish right now on the monthly. Let's check the quarterly. Quarterly looks even stronger. We're getting retest of this 5 EMA in January of 2024. And ever since then, we have not even touched the 5 EMA again. We're just going straight vertically up from there. If we check our momentum indicators, HPR momentum is pointed very sharply to the upside, and we're only at 80%. We can still go up another 10% or so before momentum is topped out. And volatility is going up as well. And we also only at 80%. So we have another 10 to 15% to go on volatility before it's topped out. Last time it topped out at like 97 to 98%. So we have a good amount of room more to go for volatility to move up while the price is moving up. On the quarterly, our next target would be the 88.3%, which is right around that previous number we were looking at in the monthly, at 2,817. So give or take 2,815 to 2,830 is a number we're looking at right now. And then if we look at the jewel tried to give a red God mode sell signal in the background, but then the jewel oscillator got rejected from being kicked out of the bullish control zone, and it maintained the bullish control zone, and then it flipped back up into this light blue cyan buy signal. And now it's about to get above the pink. The pink is still above the yellow, and if the light blue gets above the pink, that's going to give us a strong jewel buy signal. Not quite as strong as the one that we looked at before because they were not all bunched up together, but it's still a pretty strong signal nonetheless, especially on the quarterly. That would support us moving up towards that $2,800 region. Check on the weekly. On the weekly, we're holding the 9 EMA instead of the 5, and we're getting expansion after our last retest. We got to close over the 61.8%. So our next logical target would be the 78.6, which is currently at 2,653. And if you look at our HPR momentum, we are getting a little bit of a move down, but we still have yet to touch the moving average support, which should hold as support based off of the weekly close over the 61.8%. So we have to wait until it gets down there. One thing that I don't really like, though, is that we have a high right here. We have a higher high right here. But on our momentum indicator, we made a lower high. So that would give you a little bit of bearish divergence, but it would not be the worst thing because it's not that far off from the previous high. So possibly you can come back down to retest this 5 EMA, which right now is at 2,537. I wouldn't count on it, though. But if we do get a move down, in my opinion, this would be a very nice opportunity zone. And then if we look at the jewel has been giving us this green background God mode buy signal for the longest time on the weekly. It's been, I can't even find the last time that we didn't have it. I guess it's always had this.
Wow.
There must be something wrong with the jewel. Oh no, it's had it since 98. What the fuck?
Jesus.
April of 1998, we've had this green God mode buy signal. Where did price go from April of 1998?
Get the fuck out. Hang on a second. That's been on the entire time?
Yup. April of 98, price was sitting at around $300.
How is this even possible?
Peter should
We've
just
had a God mode buy signal on the weekly since April of 98.
What
Wow.
if this
Good
was
Lord.
what if they release Bitcoin to show everyone like, oh, look how much money you can make, but gold is really gonna go to like $1 million an ounce. Jokes on us.
Right? They're like those crypto bros wasting their money on digital beanie babies when the real money is in shiny rock.
Holy shit.
Shiny rock good.
Very good.
The jewel is also giving us literally one of the most ideal buy signals right here on the weekly.
What the
where
fuck?
they're all bunched up together. The pink crosses the yellow, and then the light blue crosses the pink. This is literally as good as it can get on the jewel. It's looking insane right now. Peter Schiff is most definitely creaming his pants.
Oh, there's
yeah.
no doubt. He's
Oh,
swimming in it right now. But I think this is terrible for us, dude. Like, that means our coins are gonna fucking hyperinflate.
Why is shiny rock going up so much?
You tell me. Because we're basically loss of buying power. That's it.
Yeah, we have confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Not only that, but it got rejected from being kicked out of the bullish control zone. And then also, you have a head right here, you got a shoulder, you got another shoulder, and this is basically confirmed because we're already above the neckline.
Already broke out. Yeah.
This would give us a target of, basically the bullish critical zone. And right now, the bullish critical zone to hit it would be 2,933. Do you remember what I was posting in 2022 and 2023 when I was like, gold is going over $3,000 and everybody said I was retarded?
Yeah.
Do I look retarded now?
Yeah, but you were right. Sorry, you put yourself in that situation.
I look pretty retarded, but I ended up being right.
That's
Well,
what
not yet, but I might be right. I'm collecting my clute before I'm right.
Well done.
Here on the monthly, we got multiple drives confirmed of hidden bullish divergence. And then right here, shoulder, head, shoulder, and we've broken them over the neckline right now. We're touching the bullish critical zone right now. The bullish critical zone on the monthly sits at 2,621. So we're just about to tap the bullish critical zone. Possibly we can go a little bit above it like we did over here, but then I would be looking for some consolidation and some sideways, maybe a pullback before we end up going towards our quarterly target of 2,933. Let's go to the weekly. The weekly also has a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence, rejecting getting kicked out of the bullish control zone. So our next target will be the bullish critical zone. And at the same time, we're getting volatility support as well, where the volatility is moving sharply towards the upside from extreme lows. Our bullish critical zone on the weekly right now sits at 2,699, so about $2,700, give or take. We're getting multiple different setups giving us that 2,600 number to 2,900 before any type of long form consolidation. We have confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. Got in multiple drives on the 3-day. I think we're about to confirm one more. Yeah, we're about to confirm 1, 2, 3, a fourth drive of hidden bullish divergence on the 3-day. It's going to close in about 5 hours and 15 minutes. So this is basically confirmed already. And our next target is going to be the bullish critical zone from that. And the bullish critical zone right now on the 3-day sits at $2,736. Check the 2-day. 2-day, no divergences. And the daily also has a confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence. And we're expanding from literally zero volatility with this move up. So, and we're at 57%. So we still have a good amount of room before volatility gets topped out. And the daily, the 3-day, the 5-day, the weekly, the monthly, and the quarterly are all telling me the same thing, that we very likely hit somewhere around that 2,600, 2,700 target before some consolidation. Then maybe 2,900 or 3,000, which in my opinion would be a very long-term top. And then I think we would go sideways from there because 3,000 is a very psychological level. And then I think after that, we would probably break above the 3,000 level based on how the quarterly looks. This is probably the strongest looking chart that I've looked at today, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, by a lot too. That is fucking crazy. Yeah, we're fucked. This is not good. It's funny, but it's not
World War III.
I mean, hasn't there been a correlation with Bitcoin and gold? And didn't it just recently kind of decorrelate?
I think so.
Yeah. So it's interesting. That's the question I keep asking myself. Gold's looking so good. Bitcoin's looking pretty bad. I mean, as history, not like, because, obviously gold has a lot more history than Bitcoin, but I mean, I'm just under the understanding that's for the most recent time, at least, gold and Bitcoin have just been correlating pretty well. And just now recently they've decorrelated. I don't know though if that, Farn, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
And right now, gold actually has a real world use where Bitcoin doesn't really have a real world use. Gold is used in basically every single guided missile that's ever made. Because gold is one of the best conductors.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just interesting to see gold look so good, break out, while Bitcoin's looking like it wants to break down.
Because I think people, one more time, I do believe that people are making a huge mistake looking at gold, thinking that it's the same type of risk hedge as Bitcoin. I don't think they're the same thing. I think gold, and a lot of people are in my view, are wrong about this. They all think it's geopolitical uncertainty and that it has to do with wars, that it has to do with wars, because during wars, there's more money creation and more money devaluation rather than the actual threat to humanity, if you will. So gold goes up based on, I don't know if you've ever seen it's a meme, but it's not a meme, where someone is like, for basically 20 bars of gold, you could buy a house in 1970, right? In 1970, 20 bars of gold at whatever price they were could buy you a house. And today, those same 20 bars of gold can buy you a house, the same house. Why? Because it's gone 20x up. Whereas money is fucked, right? Money is really what's been getting devaluated and gold staying the same. So if you just think about like stability of the price of gold through time, what you're seeing is just a high event of devaluation of your currency. That's really what we're experiencing. Whereas Bitcoin doesn't do that. Bitcoin is, when there is monetary expansion, then Bitcoin grows. When there is monetary, what's the opposite of expansion?
Contraction.
Thank you. When there's when there's monetary contraction, then Bitcoin does the opposite. And this is why, to me, I've been so scared with Bitcoin about deflation, because that means money is going to be disappearing from the system. Less money is going to be turned around. And yeah, all the stuff that goes with it. So I think gold is just saying like, hey, we're about to print so much fucking money. No one understands like the level of that. And then Bitcoin will go up, because that's the monetary expansion. That's when Bitcoin thrives and all that shit. This is what I think. I could be wrong. What do you guys think?
That's basically what Theo O'Donnell is promising, that if he wins the election, he's going to fire Jerome Powell and he's going to start the biggest money printing operation in history.
And they will, whether they like it or not. It's not like the president has any say. In my view, the Federal Reserve and the central banks are the ones that run the world, because if you're the one that creates the one thing everybody wants, that gives you all of the power in the world, right? And then you just get people to accommodate whatever you want. And I do think that also, if you're selling your product and your product makes you more powerful, the more people have it, your business is to create more debt. That's it. Like, that's what the United States and every single central bank wants. They want more people to buy their product, which is debt, because then you own them all. And I think that's what we're just seeing. These guys have completely mental, and now our currency is going to nothing, which, by the way, has been a trend for a long time. And I'm not saying it's going to happen quick. I'm just saying that we're going to be another 30% poorer over the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, it was definitely heading that way. And I mean, like, the whole history of money, I mean, it is just fake in general. And what you're saying about the debt is very true. I mean, you get debt on fake money that's printed out of thin air, that you pay more fake money interest on. It's a whole cycle of just doesn't make sense.
Doesn't that remind you of something? FTX printing their worthless FTT tokens and getting debt based off of that?
Well, yeah, but this is what the banks are able to do. They're able to create central banks. They're able to create money out of nowhere, and with that, buy physical things like gold, for example, just not to get into like real life assets. And that's what they do. Like, that's robbery. That's robbery, and they're doing it.
And that's why Tether is so shocking to me, and these stable coins. And I really don't see a longevity. I just don't see Uncle Sam being too happy with, the way Tether prints, and the fact that you can convert that into Bitcoin, then convert that Bitcoin into dollars, and then buy whatever you want relative to, the exchange and regulations. But like, that is literally what Tether does as well. And that, to me, seems like not a sustainable path because of how integrated Tether is. Now, that's just me with my tinfoil hat on, but I mean, overall, the U.S. does destabilize countries for doing exactly what Tether does.
100%.
It's just Tether, USDT. It's kind of integrated in crypto. So it's crazy to me. And even you could say that with Binance Coin and 88 Coin. Like, it's actually crazy how much coins people create or can create or have created that are now worth something. It's honestly insane.
Well, that's what they figured. because and the reason why we're going into a tokenized system, it's not only for control, power, and all that good stuff that they can do, is you can literally just print the token, mint it, and send it out. You don't need to create the other opposite side of it. So you don't have to sell it twice, because whenever we create money, the treasury goes to the Fed and says, I'm going to owe you $1 billion. And then the Fed goes, fine, give me the IOU signed that says that you're going to pay me $1 billion. Then the Federal Reserve just prints $1 billion and gives it to them, which is ridiculous. But then someone has to monetize in exercise. Someone has to monetize that. So someone has to buy that coupon, right, for the $1 billion. So who's going to buy that coupon? And then they need to sell it in the open market. But the reality is they mostly buy all of their own coupons. That's what no one understands. And then they're just going to be able to mint this shit without having to ask anything to anyone. It's like, oh, we need $1 trillion, mint 1 trillion coins. Let's go. Here you go. Here's $1 trillion. And that's why they're going more towards that direction. It's simpler. It's easier. That gives them the full creation of money at an accelerated rate without the downside of who's going to buy the other side from me.
Did you hear about the news that came out with Coinbase recently? Basically the same thing, where Coinbase is just selling IOUs for Bitcoin, and their settlement process is not for I think 28 days, where they actually settle you with an actual Bitcoin. And it makes sense. If you see BlackRock buying $250 million of Bitcoin in one day and the price goes up 1%.
Yeah, dude, makes no
sense. Doesn't make sense.
No. It's the reason why they wanted to get it into the traditional system is just so that they can own it all and basically manipulate the price like they do with all the metals. If you look up metal manipulation in JP Morgan, you'll understand what I'm talking about. And in the same way, it takes away the power of the actual network, because Bitcoin's network was meant to be decentralized. It needed to have transactions. And if transactions weren't happening from the start, then the network would freeze and would not work. So what they did is they applied a different narrative and also the volatility has not helped at all the Bitcoin community, because then people, why the fuck would you spend something that goes up in value so much? You wouldn't. That'd be absolutely fucking retarded. But that works against the Bitcoin community, because while you're not transacting in it, then what the fuck is the network worth for if it's outside of the system? And then for you to be able to get your money out, you need to get through a bank to give you fiat. It's absolutely retarded. But it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. Okay, so there's AAL, and on the next one, I don't know if this is real. ONDO.
Ondo. One Ondo equals one condo.
Condo. Yeah.
What? What is that?
It's a shitcoin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
God fucking damn it. All righty. I mean, it's the only thing we can do, right? Let me just explain gold. Let's go. Thank you. Ok. Tenemos el oro por acá, y acá es donde se pone la cosa bastante... Digamos que nos deberíamos de poner nerviosos todos en este tipo de situaciones. ¿Por qué? Porque si volteamos a ver el oro, es una tendencia alcista absolutamente brutal. Lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? No creo que haya duda alguna. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Cuando Farhan está usando sus índices de volatilidad y momentum, el oro todavía tiene demasiado espacio para correr hacia adelante y hacia arriba. Esa es una de las cosas que literalmente simplemente no paran. Quiero ver algo acá. Esto es aparte de lo que ya vimos. Sí, ya rompiste a la alza. Tu alza estaba justamente ahí. ¡Wow! El oro trae mucha fuerza. Pueden ver cómo está arriba del 9, arriba del 21, arriba del 55, con un cruce plateado que ocurrió acá atrás en el 2003, para que tengan una idea de la fuerza que lleva esta cosa en la trimestral. Y no importa en qué temporalidad lo veamos, básicamente esto sigue empujando. ¿Y por qué tan fuerte? Por la devaluación de nuestro dinero. Mucha gente, y esto es lo que estamos comentando entre nosotros, mucha gente quiere culpar o usar el oro para poder medir qué tantos problemas geopolíticos existen, la guerra, el esto, el otro. La realidad es más sencilla de lo que parece. Hay un meme donde, no sé si es un meme o si lo quieren ver como un meme, donde alguien dice, con 20 onzas de oro en 1970 y cacho, te podrías comprar una casa promedio en Estados Unidos. El día de hoy, las mismas 20 onzas de oro te compran una casa promedio en Estados Unidos. El precio de la casa ha subido exponencialmente, pero al igual que el precio del oro. Entonces, si lo queremos ver como algo que se mantiene una unidad estable de valor a través del tiempo, que es lo que es el oro, no Bitcoin, el oro. El oro te está diciendo que van a devaluar porque los mercados ven para adelante nuestro dinero. Esto es lo que está prediciendo el oro. El oro te dijo en nuestra evaluación del 2008 al 2020, te la cantó enterita. Y aquí tuvimos una evaluación brutal donde todo vale el triple de lo que valía antes. Ahora díganme qué quiere decir esta evaluación brutal que estamos viendo. Y recuerden, el dólar no es la única moneda que se está devaluando. Se están devaluando todas las monedas relativamente una en contra de la otra. Sobre todo el peso mexicano en este momento. Pero es lo que estamos viviendo. Pueden ver que en la mensual también tiene el oro demasiada fuerza. Tuvimos este cruce de la 9 encima del 21 que nos indicó que iba a seguir la tendencia con fuerza el diciembre del 2022, que también fue la coincidencia o coincidió con el fondo del mercado, con esas amenazas de guerra nuclear de Putin y la chingada. Así que para que tengan una muy buena idea, y este fue el fondo donde dije, este tiene que ser el fondo del oro en 1633, no porque sea un genio, pero porque estaba demasiado barato después de toda esta consolidación. Y aquí me hubiera gustado haber sido un puto genio y comprar un chingo de oro y habérmelo quedado hasta arriba. Pero no lo fui. Solamente fui el hocicón que dijo que este era el fondo y valió verga. Así que el oro sigue con fuerza hacia arriba. Volteamos a ver la semanal. La semanal nos cuenta exactamente lo mismo. Estamos por encima del cierre de del pasado. Y también en la diaria. En la diaria también sigue con demasiada fuerza esto para arriba y podemos ver que no va a parar. Lo único que puedes hacer en este momento es simplemente usar los indicadores como el que está usando Farhan para poder medir un poco la fuerza del movimiento, dónde está relacionado con la media de estos indicadores y a dónde va el precio. Y lo que creemos es que el precio va a seguir subiendo por ahí entre los 2,700, 2,650 a 2,900 y cacho, podríamos llamarle 3,000. No va a ser instantáneamente, pero va a seguir empujando el precio y tiene demasiada fuerza, momentum junto de su lado y además tiene todos los indicadores que cuentan que esto va a seguir subiendo. Lo único que a mí siempre me da cosa es que todo el mundo estamos de acuerdo que el oro va a seguir subiendo, pero la cosa es que sigue subiendo porque hay una gran devaluación de nuestra moneda y es cierto. Así que ahí lo tienen, eso es el oro. Ni más que decirles. ¡Qué mamada! AAL. Is that what you're bringing? Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, I mean, the chart's interesting to me. The daily is kind of, it's trying to flip. And why I'm saying that is because we see the 9 crossing above the 21 this time. The chart's not looking the worst. After making this low, you see we're just rejecting this resistant line right at $11.06. Ideally, what you want to see this closure, you would want the 9 to get reclaimed, ideally base for a little bit. And then what we'd want is for us to shoot up. Once you reclaim this daily EMA 100, I do think that then we could fill this gap and then also test this diagonal again after we basically broke down as soon as we closed under it. This diagonal has been a big spot for American Airlines. You can see it just holding. Anytime we've lost it, it's bled to big dumps. And then, losing and getting back above this white, basically meme line, has led to big pumps. So for me, it's very simple. We can reclaim the daily EMA 9. Then I'd look to potentially, reclaim the EMA 100. The issue here is, when we lost this daily EMA 100 in May, we haven't really tested it here at all. You could argue people front ran it here. So we have to really look at the reaction if and when we do actually hit this. Why I'm saying that is because you will get some reaction here. Now that reaction might be maybe a closure. Maybe we close above, this $11.06. Cool. We push up and then maybe it just rejects and then we just start consolidating. This would be a good sign, in my opinion, for bulls. This would, reset the oscillators, bring BBWP lower. And hitting extremes or getting really low on BBWP would also probably make the Bollinger Bands tighter, in my opinion. Even, just ranging here would make them tighter if not breaking out right now, or in the coming days, leading to this bigger move all the way back to bearishly. It'd be a bearish retest, hitting this diagonal here. That's something I'd be watching for. You could be looking first at this wick low at $12.71 as maybe the first resistance point. But I don't see why we wouldn't just gap fill / also solidify that this diagonal is flipped into resistance, something it couldn't do here. Also, reclaiming this will be an SFP, and it also will break the market structure on the lower time frames, especially if we can start moving up. We basically fill all this slow grind up causes shorts to stack in, which gives us momentum if we do push up to break all these highs, closing shorts, and then we just have a massive gap here. This chart, it's more obvious on the daily, in my opinion, but also I'm liking the weekly too. It's lining up with the same area of confluence, which means if we can get a weekly closure, especially back above this area. Not only have we reclaimed the weekly EMA 9 now, basically since we've lost it in May, but also we're consolidating on it. This closes a doji, so there's really not much, action with the candles itself, but it's welcoming to see, consolidation above this, especially since we've basically been under this level for so long. The first tap we rejected, okay, we formed some kind of bottom, came up. Now we're consolidating right above the weekly EMA 9. And also, I'm liking this weekly EMA 100 lining up perfectly with this diagonal so far. To me, we always have to get above the 21 and the 34, but with the way the daily is looking, we definitely can, if we can definitely get above this $11.06 region. Again, big level on this chart, and we're still rejecting it. So yes, this could go up, but this could just be a trap. This gap could easily be a trap, causing bulls to maybe take the easy long in quotation marks. And then, essentially we reject resistance, front run this daily EMA 100, leading to the actual breakdown to this $8 zone, which is a big zone on the chart. And it would make sense, especially if we were breaking down from this diagonal we've been holding for a while now, actually, a few years. But if we can sustain a break up, you ideally want a weekly closure above here. This would probably get above the 21. And then all we have is this 34 right around this $12 zone before we actually can test this 100. For me, though, I'll basically be looking at a rejection here. That's what this weekly EMA 100 has been telling us. And the fact that we did hold this diagonal after reclaiming it and then breaking down from it without ever testing it again leads me to believe that we easily can gap fill and move up if bulls want to take it there. But we still have to be cautious because this chart is still in a downtrend. But this is more an intermediate scalp trade, easily can be done if we do get a move up, assuming we don't break down from here. This weekly as well, 4 days doji weekly candle. So far it's not the worst. Ideally though, seeing the reaction at this $11.06, in my opinion, will be pretty key and crucial. Monthly as well, not really getting much from it. You could definitely see this $11.06 resistance more evidently. You can see how just like much it was holding support on the monthly. We were above it, losing it, not a good sign. Now we pumped into it. Is this the bearish retest? Because we can see last month we actually didn't hit it fully. So, is this the bearish retest? Potentially. Why also the rally could be short-lived and maybe we don't actually hit the diagonal is simply because of this monthly 9 right here as well. This chart has been basically beaten down. Structure is pretty broken on this. So, it'd be irresponsible of me to say watch for this $13.38 when the monthly 9 is sitting right here. And if we go and throw on the EMA 5, it is rejecting it now. So overall, not the best of signs on the more macro, but the daily, it could be more promising. We'll ideally see what happens at this $11.06 region, and it's nice to see the 9 back above the 21. Hasn't happened in a while, so that is some hopium there. Just watch this daily EMA 100. And then just before I leave, I just want to see the quarterly. Yeah, this quarterly closing at 14 days will be interesting. You know, it's also interesting is seeing where that quarterly 9 is lining up perfectly as well. You know, more confluence to potentially a daily squeeze up, filling that gap, and then also hitting this diagonal, which also lines up perfectly with that quarterly EMA 9. So very interesting stuff we see on American Airlines. Overall, if I were someone trading this, I'd just be focused on the daily chart. To me, it's a lot more easier, less choppy, and we can really see the rejection zones here. Even how that 34 daily 34 basically rejected the last time. You know, the 21 first was a rejection point. Now it's nice to see basically the 9 possibly getting reclaimed here for momentum to maybe push up here. But overall, if you're bullish, then the easy entry would be reclaiming this EMA 100, consolidating above for maybe a push up, quick squeeze up to rejection, maybe like that.
Can you pull up the monthly when you get a chance?
Yeah.
So you see that previous lower high when we touched that purple EMA right there?
Yeah, right here.
That's a confirmed drive of hidden bearish divergence on the monthly.
It looks like, it looks like it's just going to go and test out the 100 EMA on the daily, which is where the 21 EMA is on the weekly, which is where the monthly 9 is going to fall into.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get rejected, which also coincides with your trend line.
Assuming we don't roll over here, especially when we're hitting that monthly 5 now. You know, that's why I'm saying, like, the trend line test would be nice, but that could just be a trap because we do have that EMA 9 currently right at $12, which also corresponds right around what you said, you know, right around this daily EMA 100. This, you know, oftentimes these gap fills can be traps. Bulls think, okay, well, you know, we're gaining momentum. We just reclaimed, you know, maybe we're reclaiming the daily EMA 9. We still haven't yet. And then, you know, they start preparing for a long, easy bearish retest, just like I explained, but it doesn't happen. And we actually just reject here. You know, this is just some.
And a lot of people are also going to be calling that an inverse head and shoulders right there.
Yeah.
But the reason it's not, if you put up the volume, it doesn't really coincide with an inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah. And the volume here is not good either. I mean, we have monthly bearish divergence. We're rejecting the monthly EMA 5 now. You know, we're actually freshly breaking down from this diagonal, especially on the weekly. You know, the reaction here is pretty key. And then also losing this massive support range that price has been flirting with for a while now, actually. I mean, last time we were under it was here, which was right around 2020. So, I mean, do we reject this? Does this flip? Is this an SR flip? Support flipped into resistance? Unsure. But, I mean, all I could say is watch the daily. To me, it'll be easier to trade, especially if you trade the daily, because getting back above this EMA 100 definitely will be a promising sign, which could then just bleed into the weekly, actually testing this 100 here. So watch.
To me,
to
me, it's kind of fucking savage that if you look at this, whether it's monthly, weekly, whatever the fuck time frame you're looking at it, that just like you said, that trend line that you got, it's basically going from 2020 from 2008 all the way to now, and it only touched it during the financial crisis in 2008, during COVID in 2020. Now we're below it. Like,
that's a good point.
What in the fucking fuck is going on or gonna happen where we're not gonna use planes?
That's an interesting point. I didn't even notice the correlation with this. I just had it drawn. I don't even know when I drew this, but that's why I'm saying it was nice when this was already drawn, because it doesn't look the best, and that is a great point. I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, if we knew, we would be billionaires.
Fingers crossed the airplane tickets go cheap as fuck again, like last time.
They will. They will. Yeah. You know what this is called, Farhan? One more time, deflation.
Because back when we were touching that meme line during the COVID times, You could get a business class flight to Dubai for less than $2,000.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing. And I think we're going to go back to that just based on the chart. Something is going to happen that will allow us to do that. And I also think that this is going to go chase those 2020 lows at $8.30 at the very least. That's what I had.
That's what I have too. I mean, there's this line here. It's based on this wick low, like you mentioned, but you know, it's a big range once we fall back into here. I mean, as history has shown, it takes time. This is a quarterly, but it is a pretty big range. We could expand this more. This could be almost like a mid-range potentially. Yeah, not the best of signs. I think the quarterly kind of sums it up nicely. I mean, this is a fresh breakdown of this diagonal, and this had momentum down. And then now what we see is a potential breakdown. We need to see where this quarterly is going to close. It's already not a good sign that we've lost this diagonal. So, okay, cool. Can Bold at least hold this $11.06 region? An area that we've been seeing has been a big spot, right? Reclaimed it. This was the breakout. We lost it. Bearish retest to rejection. Here it bottomed before it pumped massively. So like it falling below this also will, in my opinion, if we close like a quarterly and the monthly below this line at $11.06, I don't think that we're going to test this as easily as you know, put it on the daily. I think that this could just literally reject here and then come down to the $8 region. But we are getting points in the chart. We're over time. You know, if we do get a nice squeeze up, I'm looking at this as a bearish retest. While everyone gets bullish again, you know, from here, it'd be a nice pump up. This to me just could be a massive bearish retest of a massive diagonal, assuming we don't break down here.
Perfecto. Thank you so much. You said Ondo will buy you a condo. And already did Enovix. There's like 80 people asking for Enovix. I'm guessing it went down. Scotiabank.
Scotiabank, okay.
Alrighty. Vale, pues tenemos aquí American Airlines, damas y caballeros. Algo que personalmente me aterra ver en este momento es lo siguiente. Y quiero compartirlo con ustedes. Esta es la tabla mensual. Lo vamos a poner en la trimestral. Yo creo que va a ser lo más fácil de poder organizar por acá para que sea claro como el agua. Quiero que vean una cosa. Uno, esta línea empieza en julio del 2008. ¿Ok? Lo pueden ver ahí. Julio del 2008, esto es la crisis del 2008. No vuelve a tocar la línea hasta acá. ¿Qué es eso? La pandemia. Y ahora no solamente tocamos la línea, la rompimos para abajo y ahora nos estamos peleando con ella. Si lo ponemos de cerca. Estamos por encima en este momento, pero no estábamos por encima hace un rato, ¿ok? Y venimos en una tendencia bajista donde está rompiendo mínimos. El siguiente mínimo a romper está en los 8.30. La pregunta en este tipo de situaciones es, ¿qué va a pasar? ¿O qué está pasando para que una empresa que lleva tanto tiempo, que es American Airlines, que son aviones, que solamente ha visto esta línea, estos encontronazos, cuando algo muy malo o exagerado pasa en el mundo, donde estamos viendo esto una vez más? ¿Qué mierdas está pasando en el mundo? Esa es la primera pregunta que nos deberíamos hacer. Esto se ve bajista, ¿ok? Y ahora los voy a llevar a la semanal rápidamente por acá, que es ya lo que teníamos trazado, y les voy a aprender mis indicadores, ¿no? Podemos ver que está American Airlines en este momento cotizando en 10.84, el promedio de la 9 está en 10.68, que está abajo de él, pero en general está abajo de la línea de tendencia tal cual el precio el día de hoy, en los 10.84. Además, tuvimos este subidongo por acá en la semanal a 11.25, donde ni siquiera nos tomamos la molestia de retestear el 21. Y recuerden, ¿por qué querríamos retestear el 21? Porque cuando el 21 baja del 55 y tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, todas esas son oportunidades de hacerle un short al 9 o el 21. Y en este momento te lo había dado. Ahí está. Te lo jugó. Ahora, quiero que volteen a ver dónde está el 21. El 21 está en los 11.33 en la semanal. Cuando volteo a ver en la diaria, el promedio de la 100 está en 11.38, básicamente en la misma zona que el promedio de 21 en la semanal. Y también cuando lo ves en timeframes más grandes, como en la mensual, por ejemplo, y se los voy a poner rápido para que también lo tengan como nota. En la mensual, el 9 está justamente también en esta área de los 12.1, donde esto va a bajar en 14 días y probablemente vaya a buscar esos 11.21, 11 lo que sea, ¿ok? Eso es muy importante de ver. Si eres alcista en esto, quieres, antes que nada, retomar esta línea de meme que viene por abajo, poder romper estos altos en los 11.25 y retomar el EMA 100, el promedio de los 100, que está en 11.38, que de nuevo va a seguir bajando de acuerdo al tiempo, en cuanto más tiempo pase y el precio esté abajo. Pero, espérenme, no sé por qué estoy tocando eso, pero lo que nosotros creemos que es un escenario más probable es que lo vayas a retestear por acá y te vaya a rechazar para abajo. Así que literalmente no hay mucho que aventarle a estos tacos, no hay mucha salsa que ponerle. Atentos en el nivel del 11.25. Si podemos romper el nivel de los 11.25, asegúrate que en la diaria te puedas trepar encima del promedio de la 100, el EMA 100, y de ahí te sentirías más cómodo pensando que esto se va para arriba. Pero yo creo que lo que nos haya hecho tocar esta parte de la línea de tendencia en American Airlines, ¿no? Que literalmente solo la tocamos, vean, 2020 nada más fue un día. Nosotros nos caímos y estamos abajo de ella. Tenemos que preguntarnos por qué. ¿Qué está viendo el mercado que nosotros no? Aquí. Sencillo. Y ahí lo tienen. American Airlines, damas y caballeros. All righty. Which one's the next one? Farhan, which one did it?
What's the ticker symbol for Scotia Bank?
Let me see.
Because I don't know if I see it.
Scotia Bank. Oh, wait. If you spell it wrong. Wouldn't it be this one? No, this is Peru. Hang on, let me see. Scotia Bank stock.
I mean, if they're based in Peru, they probably deal a lot more in cocaine
BNS.
than actual finance.
They're not. The letters are B as in boy, N as in Nancy, S.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool.
And what's the other? Oh, we were doing the Ondo that will buy us a condo.
One Ondo equals one condo.
Crypto people are incredibly smart, but also incredibly stupid. It's incredible how smart these people can be at a lot of things, and at the same time, how fucking miserably stupid they can be.
That's the best part about crypto Twitter. These are the people you're trading against.
I know. It fucking makes me happy, but also depressed.
It's one of my favorite places.
Oh, no.
Twitter
Ondo's not going to buy anyone a condo.
Twitter has quickly become my favorite social media platform.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
It used to be Instagram for me. Now it's not even close.
No, absolutely not. It's just like basically Instagram is the same people doing the same dances or challenges. Twitter, at least, is everyone motherfucking their mother or thinking they're going to be rich tomorrow.
If you say some, like, literally the most mild shit ever on Instagram, they'll delete your comment and then say your account is at risk of being deleted.
Oh, dude, tell me about it. Of course.
All right.
This is a large Head and Shoulders in itself.
Yes, I was just about to point that out. And I was like, I'm about to say, like, anybody who's trying to buy a condo, close your eyes and close your ears.
Because Ondo ain't doing it for you.
Now that your ears and eyes are closed, there's a shoulder right here. There's a head right there. Then there's another shoulder. Here's the neckline, and we've already broken below it. What is the measured move? Let's see.
It's negative, obviously, right?
Yeah, it's probably going to be negative. Oh, not negative. It's actually at about 30 cents.
Damn.
It lines right up with this previous rejective high right here. I love it when it works like this.
I gotta say, you were very kind on your head and shoulders. Hang on, let me see if I go fucking bananas here. Okay, and then I just need to cross it here. I'm sorry, you continue. I'll tell you what this is.
So we have it this drop right here to this previous area of where the coin was first listed on Coinbase, and then we had a rejective high right here before we ended up breaking out. So what I love to see is whenever one of these head and shoulders measured moves takes us exactly to one of these major areas of rejection. That gives it more legitimacy that this move is actually going to play out whenever it lines up perfect with one of these meme lines. Right now, the blue 38.2% zone has moved down. People are going to consider that to be bullish if they don't know how the HPDR works. But whenever the blue zone moves down, that's very bearish, because whenever it moves down, the ranges are catching up with price, and then price can move further down to the downside. Because like right over here, when price was well below the blue zone, we were correcting down to the 90, 95 to 100% zone, and then we never got any closes below it because we were at such extremities on the HPDR that you have such a low probability of closing below that. We ended up bouncing every single time. Now that zone has dropped significantly further to about 36 cents. So if we were to drop below there, and every single time we always wick below it, but we end up closing. How difficult would it be to see that we drop down at about 36 or 37 cents? We wick a little bit lower down to 30 cents and then end up closing back above 37 and 38 cents. I could very easily see that happening. And then we look at our momentum indicators. The HPDR momentum is starting to flip up, but it's still within the negative territory. It has not broken above the negative territory yet. Every single time it's done this on June of 2024, and then June of 2024, and then this can also be June. It is also June. Well, the 3rd of June and then the 24th of June, where we tested the top of the negative territory to try to break into positive. Every single one of those times, we found a major top. We found a top right here, we found a top right there, another lower high, and we're getting to that same area on the HPDR momentum as we did whenever we found our previous lower highs. So if we do get a bounce here, because this is a little bit of an inverted hammer for downtrend, if we do get a bounce, I would say that we'd probably come somewhere up to this 21 EMA, possibly the median. I don't think we're going to go to the median, but it's possible. On the next weekly open, this median is going to go down. Very likely it lines somewhere up at this 21 EMA. And if that were to happen, that would give us the ultimate confluence. That would be somewhere around 75 cents, which is a pretty significant bounce from here. But shitcoins like to move very violently. So we would get, how much of a percent is that from here? That's like a 30% move up. So everybody would be bullish again. Everybody would be printing massively on their insanely leveraged positions of $200. But no judgment. So they would all be in massive profit, and they're gonna go full back into the mode of Ondo equals one condo. At that point, the overall trend probably takes place. Probably get another rejection here. The HPDR momentum probably flips back down from the positive territory, while volatility starts flipping back up. Because right now we're getting a move up on momentum, but volatility is flipping down, which tells you that the move up is very likely going to be a corrective move. So we're going to make another lower high and then end up nuking once more from there. And instead of one Ondo buying you one condo, it will buy you one reservation at the soup kitchen.
The best case scenario.
On the 5-day, we're trying to reclaim the blue zone. We did it last week, and now we're rejecting it, and we're about to close below it again. Every single time we've closed below on the 5-day, we've had a very significant dump. We had one right here, and then we dumped. How much did we dump? 54%. So we're just getting that right now, where we're rejecting it, and we're about to close below it. Very likely, at a minimum, we're coming down to this zone, which is around 50 cents, but more likely, we're going to come down to around 44 to 43 cents. And we're getting the same thing where momentum is flipping down, and volatility is flipping up to support this move to the downside. And you see, we made a lower high right here compared to all of these highs, but momentum went significantly higher despite price making a lower high. What would you call that? You call that hidden bearish divergence, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of hidden bearish divergence right here. I would say that's safe enough to get us down to that 35 cent, 37 cent target. That's quite a bit of hidden bearish divergences on the 5-day. Check the 3-day. 3-day, we're getting a momentum starting to flip up. It's still negative, and volatility is slipping down. So that tells us that we should be looking for a corrective move. Very likely it's already played out because we got this move all the way up here to the 9 EMA, and then we projected it. As well as getting that move to the 9 EMA, we have a silver cross on the downside where the 21 has crossed below the 55.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever we get that, you would look for the 9 EMA as your entry point. And we've already tested it, and now we're rejecting very sharply from it. So with a candle like this with follow through, very likely we come down at least to retest these lows, very likely break these lows. And somewhere around 50 cents is where I'll be looking for our first like serious bounce. I don't think it's a reversal. I think we probably come back up to somewhere around this area right here, around 60 cents. Possibly we can come back up to like 65 cents. But I would just look at it as another lower high before we end up rolling over and continuing to play out this head and shoulders measured move to around 30 cents. We're getting the jewel. It tried to flip into a neutral. It's still in neutral within the bearish control zone, but it's about to approach this pink area right here, which usually when we're below it, it acts as resistance on the first tap. And the DMI is pointed very sharply red, which is the directional movement index. You can get that as an idea of like the way that cash is flowing into this asset. Right now, it's very sharply red, and it's within the bearish control zone too. It's not looking very good. Now on the 2-day, we went up to test the 9 once again. We close above it, and then we got a sharp projection. Now we're below every single one of these major moving averages, and we have a silver cross on the downside. So we have fulfilled the silver cross by retesting the 9 EMA, and then we got a sharp dump afterwards. The jewel is currently on a light blue buy. It's above the pink, but we're still within the bearish control zone. So very easily, like this area could act as resistance before it flips back over again. And right now, we're also in a little bit of a downtrend on this jewel. As you see, we've been making lower highs and lower lows. So this would just be our next lower high before we end up breaking this low to break into the bearish critical zone. It just every single time frame is giving me bearish signals.
What do you mean?
I was trying to buy a condo. I was trying to buy a condo in Miami.
This is Ondo in good times can buy you a condo, right? We all agree on that. But Ondo in the bad times can buy you a poncho. That's about it.
It takes your condo.
It takes your condo and gets you a poncho.
Either way, you're getting wife changing money. Either way.
Oh yeah. This time your wife will be downgrading your ass.
She's gonna be like, peace.
Nope.
You're poor? Okay, bye.
I don't think so. Women are not like that, Farhan. Come on.
No, not at all. Not at all. My bad. I'm just kidding. We got a rejection on the daily of this blue 38.2 zone. Now we're about to approach the bottom 38.2. This is the last piece of hopium that I can possibly find is so we can somehow make a higher low here and bounce. But it doesn't seem like it, especially after this deviation of all of our major moving averages. It seems like we might get a little bit of a bounce here, maybe a dead cat bounce, but since we're below the median as well, it just looks very bearish to me. I would say that we probably, if we do get a bounce, it'd be a short-lived bounce. Then we end up breaking to the 61.8, which is around 56 cents, and then the 78.6, which is around 55 cents. I can't really find any signs of life in this. Let me check the RSI, and then from there we'll cut it off.
We'll declare it dead.
To zero. Ondo finance. You know, whenever they call themselves like finance shit, like it's probably
like shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Like you guys are a shit coin. Okay, your technology might be decent, but why do we need your coin token for it?
They're like, haven't thought about it.
All right, so right here on the 2-day, we're about to confirm a fresh drive of a hidden bearish divergence. Not only that, but it's going to be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Also, shoulder, head, shoulder. We got a regular head and shoulders on the RSI on the 2-day. See what we can get a measured move from that. It lines up perfectly with the bearish critical zone right here. And the target for the bearish critical zone, it's going to move up after the next 2-day close. But right now, the bearish critical zone target is at 15 cents. Oh, my God.
God damn.
Close your eyes, condo people. Close your eyes.
Is that the bottom of the bottom? No, it's lower.
Yeah, 15 cents. It's like it's
whatever.
below that is anything it's ever been.
Yep. The lowest was 19 something.
Oh, I don't know what type of condo you're gonna buy after that. Daily, not much, but yeah, the only time frame I'm getting some serious divergence is on the 2-day, and like right now that number is at 15 cents. Very likely it moves up, maybe somewhere around 20 cents. But even that is that's how much of a drop from here if we went to 20 cents.
I mean, it's a
60%
drop, right?
Yeah, it's about 65%.
Yeah.
So it's
nice.
It's going to be a condo for sure, but it might be in Venezuela.
It could be an ant condo, like Zoolander style.
It might be just like a cardboard box under a bridge, but it will be something for sure.
Something. At least Ondo will buy you that.
You can tell your friends you made wife changing money.
It's not good news, but it is wife changing money. All right, I'm going to share this too quick. This is terrible. I'm sorry that I put you to fucking really look at this, but yeah, here we go. And then we can wrap it up. It's been 4 motherfucking hours.
Cool.
Tenemos Ondo, que aparentemente la moneda Ondo te va a comprar un condo, pero la realidad es que máximo va a ser un poncho lo que te va a comprar Ondo. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro, y cuando mides el movimiento te lleva a esta parte de abajo de los 30 centavos, que es donde coincide con esta zona. Pueden ver que en una señal muy bajista, el 9 acaba de bajar del 21, que acaba de popular la tabla en esta semanal, porque esto acaba de empezar el año de 2024. En la diaria, por otro lado, podemos ver que Ondo, que no te va a comprar un condo, también está abajo de los 9 y está peleándose con esta resistencia, con este soporte o resistencia, en este momento de soporte, en los 59 centavos. Muy probablemente lo que veamos a corto plazo es que Ondo vaya a buscar estos 61, 63 centavos máximo y de ahí continuar esa gran trayectoria que lleva hasta el piso. No hay de otra, literalmente el objetivo que tenemos en todo, porque todas las divergencias bajistas que existen están por abajo del mínimo que existe, que está en 19 centavos. Tenemos un objetivo en algunas de 15 centavos, que lo pone aquí abajo. Y esto simplemente se está yendo al caño. Estás viendo altos más bajos, bajos que todavía no rompen este más bajo, pero muy probablemente lo vayamos a ver pronto. ¿Quieres ser alcista en Ondo? Deja que recuperes el 9 y el 21, estés por encima de ellos y empujar para arriba, que esté arriba de 63 centavos. Pero si eres bajista y estás viendo lo que está pasando, Ondo se va a ir al fondo. Así que es tal cual. Ondo, una cagada. Ok. Tranquilo, patrón, tranquilo. Y de aquí la última. Príncipe Abu se hizo pupu en la ventana. Ok, ready, Scotiabank. So we can close this bitch.
Nice. Let me, share now. Okay, cool. So yeah, as I see it, I mean, it's just like a range here. We have the top of resistance at $56, bottom at $44.53, and this mid-range right around $51.60. You know, this chart on the weekly is pretty clean. What I like about this is a few things. We have a fresh silver cross to the upside. Just happened right here too, which is nice. So what we'd expect then with this silver cross is on this weekly closure in 4 days, this 9 will move up. Ideally, it moves above the EMA 100. So then what we'd get is, you know, support from the 9 while also getting support from the EMA 100. That'd be nice because ideally this is a big spot on this chart. You know, anytime we've really gotten above the EMA 100, it's always been short-lived. We've always just kind of sold off here as well. So this is nice. This is welcoming to see 4 weekly closures above while also reclaiming meme line resistance, while also silver crossing to the upside. So we would look at this 9 for the silver cross as support now. And keep in mind, it hasn't really tested it since it broke above. So if it moves up maybe around $50, $50.20, moves into that would be okay. That'd be fine to solidify the silver cross. But as it stands, since we are back above $51.59, this is a spot where we ideally want to see it be held. This is a spot where breakdowns that have occurred and also breakouts. This move, once it got reclaimed, it chopped, it back tested it here, and then we had that breakout. So ideally, we're in a very interesting spot in the chart because this weekly SMA 200 is also lining up right around this $55.41. So I'm liking like the resistant range we're getting right here. We also know that this weekly SMA 200, my apologies, has been a resistance point as well. So if we can actually reclaim that on the weekly, which for me is basically the next target. I'm targeting basically $55.30 to $56.50. If we can actually get above these points, I do think we can have a actually sustained rally essentially and go up a lot higher. This basically range we've been in for since September of 2022. It's trying to form structure here, especially with this low it formed. We'd ideally then want to see the weekly just get supported by the 9 and just kind of keep this uptrend structure, especially since we're already well above this high now. I'm liking how this area corresponds to with this last high. So if we can't even wick above this high, I do believe that we can kind of get a nice squeeze of shorts. And you can also argue this is some inverse head and shoulder, but I'm unsure the volume profile looks like right now. But on the monthly, let's see here. So the monthly is, we still have 14 days. So ideally, what we'd want to see on this monthly is just basically any closures above $53. $53.05 to me would look really good. And it also would probably move this 9 above the 21 on this next monthly closure, which would be really welcoming, considering that the weekly already does have a silver cross. So yeah, I just mentally note that the monthly is pressing resistance, but once it's above $53.03, to me, we get a free ride to $56. So depending on where basically bulls want to take this, do they reject it here, right at $53.12, $53.06, or do we actually, fulfill the silver cross, get a pullback here, back test the weekly 9, and then move up higher before this monthly closure, solidifying that reclaim essentially of basically the monthly EMA 100. Let me see here. And lastly, we just go to the daily here, we can see the daily is looking pretty healthy. We essentially have a silver cross on the daily. Price is getting supported by the 9. The daily EMA 9's nicely lining up with this meme line now, which is welcoming because any retest of this would just be a back test of support while also hitting the EMA 9 again, which, since it got reclaimed in August, essentially, the EMA 9, any dumps into it has just been an opportunity. So we have to look at that as basically the same kind of theory as any dumps into this would just be an opportunity. Overall, strong. BBWP is hitting slight extremes, so pull back around here, wouldn't surprise me. Watch the weekly silver cross. If we do get any downside, you'll want to definitely look at this EMA 9 on the weekly as an opportunity. Other than that, strong chart. It's trying to, sustain a move higher. We just needed to prove to us now that it's actually going to flip these levels. Do we just kind of consolidate here for the move up, or do we, come down a little bit, reject on the monthly, trap some bears, and then move higher, fulfilling the back test of the silver cross? That's kind of what I'd be watching for this.
Motherfucking perfecto. Is there anything else you boys would like to share with anyone before we go?
No, always a good time streaming with you boys. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
Happy Mexican Independence Day to everybody.
Thank you. Well done and well said. All righty, my boys. I'm going to do this one and get the fuck out of here.
Cool,
you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one.
Yep.
See you on iMessage.
Bye. Vale, pues aquí les tengo exactamente lo que pidieron, damas y caballeros, bienes, que es Scotiabank. Y Scotiabank, antes que nada, quiero quitar mis indicadores, ponerlos en la mensual y quiero que vean el patrón. Literalmente esto viene del 2008, esto es el 2020, esto es diciembre del 2024, noviembre, con todo lo de Israel. Y ahora estamos levantando fuertemente. Podemos ver que hicimos, sí, un bajo más bajo, pero también un alto más alto que todos estos. Entonces, estamos justamente en medio de todo. Cuando volteamos a ver un poco más el precio mensual de cerca, podemos ver cómo literalmente hemos superado este máximo y ahora vamos a ir a buscar esto en los 55.83 para poder romperlo a la alza y confirmar la tendencia alcista. Cuando ponemos los indicadores, podemos ver que estamos arriba del 9 y del 21 en el mensual, pasando el 55 y ahora vamos a ir a consolidar, a buscar esta zona donde el 100 y el 200 se encuentran, que son básicamente los altos 52, por ahí del 53. Esto es, en mi opinión, la movida que tienes que ver. ¿Quieres ser muy alcista y quedarte acá por un rato? Vas a tener que romper esta zona de acá. Si puedes romper y aparte tener cierres arriba de esto, muy probablemente vayas a buscar tu siguiente objetivo, que son los 56, 58. Esta no es una acción que se mueva demasiado de precio, es importante decirlo. Pero la razón por la que lo decimos es esto. Cuando volteas a ver la tabla semanal, acabas de tener un cruce plateado a la alza y sabes que cuando eso pasa, si tienes cualquier retroceso, vas a apostar cuando toque a la 9, vas a comprar para poder subir. Y aparte, les había dicho dónde tenemos esos promedios en la mensual. Acá los tienes en el 200, el S&P 200 está en 55.41, lo que es probablemente nuestro siguiente objetivo y tenemos que estar al pendiente a ver si vamos a poder romper este alto de por acá. Eso es lo que queremos estar viendo. En la diaria estás viendo un poco de lo mismo con más fuerza porque la diaria te está diciendo más adelante, es como ver el futuro, ¿no? Comparado con las demás. Tienes un cruce plateado, tu Silver Cross está aquí abajo, has tenido este movimiento fuerte y potente hacia arriba desde los 46 hasta los 52 y muy probablemente por cómo se está dando todo, que el 9 está encima del 21, el 21 está aquí abajo, luego el 55 aquí abajo, luego el 100, el 200, este sea un movimiento que lleve fuerza y de nuevo, ya rompiste este alto. Lo único que tienes que hacer es literalmente esperar a poder romper este en los 55.84 y por ahora cualquier retroceso al 9 por la fuerza que lleva y por dónde están todos los promedios sería una buena oportunidad de compra de acuerdo a lo que estás viendo. Atención, puede haber un rechazo en donde en la semanal tenemos el 200 que es en los 55.41 o en la mensual que cierra en 2 semanas en los 53. Este va a ser la primera zona que quieres ver. Si puedes romper los 53 y quedarte arriba de los 53, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser justamente el semanal acá en los 55.41 y esto probablemente vaya a seguir subiendo con el precio. Así que se vaya a encontrar con esta línea de los 56 que va a ser bastante importante para el precio si lo quieren ver así. 4 horas, 11 minutos. Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarme. Les voy a dejar aquí abajo la descripción del enlace para que puedan acompañarnos en el Discord. Es absolutamente gratis y ahí están todas las cosas que necesitan saber para tradear. Para toda la gente preguntando, ¿cuándo regresan? Nadie me preguntó, regresa hoy. Regresa hoy, ya que intentaron asesinar una vez más a Donald Trump y a nadie le importó. Así que vamos a platicar de ello y probablemente otras cosas. Les mando un abrazo, pórtense bien y nos vemos en un rato. Stay, tengo que cerrar el live stream, padre.